I'll call the December 4th, 2024 meeting of the Lebanon City Council to order. Assistant Mayor Beeler, would you listen to the pledge, please?
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Mr. Manager, if you'd like to give your initial spiel.
This meeting is being conducted in accordance with the provisions of RSA 91A. It's being conducted here in the council chambers. It's also being live streamed to the city's website. There's also a Microsoft Teams component through the website and also a phone component. People can participate in the meeting by any of those means, those four means, participate in the meeting. The meeting, if there's a problem with the electronic components, the meeting will still continue because the only requirement is to have a meeting in person in accordance with RSA 91A. For those folks who are participating remotely, if you have
We can't hear you. We can't hear you.
Can't hear a word we say.
Okay, David, can you just turn up the volume on that?
Yep. Which number are you?
I am number 9.
You're all the way up.
And just on the other one, just turn up the speaker on the other one. No, to your left. Bottom right. Bottom right. Military.
Think we have a fire hazard out here?
Thank you. Or where?
Okay, just making sure.
Yeah, we know. So I'll finish what I was saying so we can get this done tonight. So the meeting is being conducted here in person with according to the provisions of RSA 91A. If anybody's having difficulty accessing the meeting remotely, you can email me. I'll try to assist you as best I can to participate in the meeting. If you are participating remotely and you wish to speak at any time, when public comment is allowed for, you don't have to try to find the raised hand function. If you don't know how to do that, do not worry about that. The mayor will take comment from in the room first, and then he will go to the remote participants and allow them to speak. If you know where the raised hand function is, please use that. That's fine, but again, if you can't find it, do not worry about it. If you wish to speak and you're in the council chambers, you need to do it from the podium over there, or you can sit at one of these two chairs here and speak here.
Thank you. So I know virtually all of you are here tonight for the public comment session on the budget. We do have a few items we need to get through as quickly as possible first so that we can devote the remainder of the evening and as long as we need to be here to get garnering public comment and hopefully being able to answer some of your questions. We do have one counselor this evening, Counselor Wilkie, who is participating virtually. Counselor Wilkie, are you there?
I am, yes.
And can you state why you're participating virtually?
Yes, I've come down with some illness and anticipating a very full room. I thought it best to save everybody there from catching it.
Thank you very much. So at the beginning of every meeting, we do offer a few minutes for items that are specifically not on tonight's agenda for folks to discuss if they want to. My guess is we don't have a lot of items that aren't on tonight's agenda that people want to talk to, but I'll offer it up to the room first. Does anyone have any items that are not on tonight's agenda that they want to discuss?
Kind of.
Yes, sir.
Yep. I just have for those of you who don't know me, I own DB Lights. For the past 3 holiday seasons, we have found numerous items being destroyed, messed with, or even worse, stolen. In 2023, during my first year back on the pedestrian mall, I was devastated to discover that my uncle's memorial had been vandalized. This memorial, which holds great sentimental value for me, which was personally crafted by one of his best friends with a cost of over $400 in materials. In 2024, while I was enjoying my first season at the park, everything was progressing smoothly until I found out that the picture frame on my uncle's memorial had been smashed again. Unfortunately, no one could be found accountable for the damage, and that frame that I had made was homemade, been made specifically to prevent this kind of incident, but yet it still happened. On Friday, November 8th, I set up a few more props to this year's display over at the park. However, when I returned to do some more setup on the 10th, I discovered that a stake, a prop, and extension cords have been stolen from the display once again. Additionally, I found that a candy cane prop had been snapped in half. I am exhausted from the constant effort to rebuild these displays each season, only to have someone ruin or steal them. Over the years, I've incurred losses exceeding $1,500 in items and replacements, including more than 600 lights this year alone. I've initiated investigations with the police department, but they are limited to what they can do without the proper surveillance footage. This is why I'm here tonight to request that permanent installation of cameras in or around the park be installed to help prevent further incidents before I incur even greater losses. I've spoken with other community members who share my sentiments and sincerely appreciate your consideration of this issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else from the audience here have any items that are not on tonight's agenda they want to discuss? Seeing none, I'll move to the virtual audience. Does anyone in the virtual audience have any items that they would like to discuss that are specifically not on tonight's agenda?
We can't hear you.
David, can you turn my mic up too, please?
You're all the way up.
Okay. If anyone in the virtual audience has any items they'd like to discuss that are specifically not on tonight's agenda, would you just bring them up now, please? Okay, hearing none, we'll move to the regular agenda. And I'll get through these items just as quickly as I possibly can. We have a couple of quick recognitions this evening. The first is for a proclamation for Homeless Persons Memorial Day. Councilors, if you could please stand. Whereas the Lebanon City Council in its 2018 Resolution for Inclusiveness and again in its 2020 Welcoming Lebanon Ordinance has affirmed its commitment to the human rights and promotion of quality of life of all the city's residents, regardless of housing status. And whereas Lebanon Human Services and Community Services are among a growing network of service providers that participate in the annual point-in-time count coordinated by the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development in the month of January, and they have recently supplemented this effort with an annual summer count to better understand the extent of homelessness in our local community. And whereas in January 2024, this effort discovered that 47 individuals were known to be unhoused in the Upper Valley, including 15 individuals living unsheltered, and the summer 2024 count discovered at least 63 individuals known to be unhoused, including 46 individuals living unsheltered. And whereas the City of Lebanon and Enlisted Community Services have for at least 6 years supported or helped to coordinate an annual homeless memorial vigil held on the winter equinox as the shortest day of the year in recognizing those who have died and whose lives have been shortened by homelessness. And whereas the 2023 Homeless Memorial Vigil recognized that 19 persons are known to have died in the Upper Valley in the first year with lives shortened by homelessness. And whereas the City of Lebanon is committed to mitigating the harms of homelessness, including the recent addition of its seasonal shelter on Mechanic Street and support for affordable dwellings throughout the city, but still recognize that there is more work to be done to aid those suffering due to homelessness. Therefore, be it resolved that the Lebanon City Council hereby proclaims December 20th, 2024 to be Homeless Persons Memorial Day in the City of Lebanon. Be it further resolved that this proclamation be written upon the minutes of the Lebanon City Council meeting dated this 4th day of December 2024. And the second one is a resolution recognizing the City of Lebanon as the 2024 statewide Partner of the Year. Whereas the City of Lebanon has demonstrated exceptional leadership and innovation in addressing housing needs within the Upper Valley region, earning the statewide Partner of the Year award at the 2024 Econ Forum held at Manchester Community College on November 15th, and whereas the Department of Business and Economic Affairs, BEA, presented this award in recognition of Lebanon's strategic approach to housing development, which aligns with the city's commitment to sustainability, community character, and economic growth. And whereas the City of Lebanon's Planning and Development Department has long been a trailblazer in proactive planning, focusing on initiatives that enhance livability, promote environmental stewardship, and support economic vitality through projects such as the Lebanon Master Plan. And whereas the City of Lebanon's innovative housing strategies have been instrumental in fostering a vibrant community, with Planning and Development Director Nathan Reichert stating the recognition at Econ Forum underscores our dedication to making Lebanon a vibrant place to live, work, and thrive. Now, therefore, be resolved that the Lebanon City Council, on behalf of the City of Lebanon, hereby acknowledges and celebrates the City of Lebanon's receipt of the statewide Partner of the Year Award, reflecting its dedication to strategic housing development and its commitment to enhancing the quality of life for all residents. Be it therefore resolved that this resolution be written upon the minutes of the Lebanon City Council meeting dated this 4th day of December 2024. Thank you. All right, we have several sets of minutes to approve this evening. These are the agenda items of the budget workshops on the 7th, 13th, 14th, and 19th of November 2024. Is there a counselor who would like to make a motion to that effect? Counselor Woolsey.
Move to approve the minutes as presented in the December 4th, 2024 agenda packet.
Do I have a second to that? Counselor Hill seconds. Because we have one counselor who's participating virtually, we need to do roll call votes. Counselor Whittlesey.
I'll do that, Council Wilkie.
Sorry,
Yes, Counselor Wilkie.
thank you, Mr. Mayor. One quick correction on the meeting minutes of November 7th. I was out of town, so I should be listed as absent.
Okay, thank you. Any other corrections, counselors? Counselor Whittlesey?
Aye.
Counselor Sykes?
Yes.
Counselor Zook?
Yes.
Counselor Simon?
Yes.
Assistant Mayor Bealow?
Yes.
Counselor Hill?
Yes.
Counselor Heisted?
Aye.
Counselor Wilkie?
Yes.
And I vote yes as well. The minutes are unanimously approved. We have no appointments this evening. We have no public hearing items. We have one item of old business. This is presentation of the second of three readings. Amendments to ordinance number 18 salary plan to include implementation of a 3% general wage increase and to retitle, reclassify, and add positions to the existing salary plan. Staff?
Use your mic. Use that mic. Move it closer.
Okay. So the second reading to amend ordinance number 18, so I'm going to cover this in two sections.
We can't hear you.
Pull over closer.
Is this better? Yes. Okay. So first and foremost, the general wage increase of 2025. As the City Council knows, for general wage adjustments, the city's practice is to use the percentage change in the Northeast region CPI for June from 12 months prior with a minimum adjustment of 1% and a maximum adjustment of 3%. This year, the GWI was 3.8%, and as a result, the city manager is proposing a GWI of 3%. This would apply for all non-affiliated or non-union positions, as well as all positions within all unions for 2025. So to amend Article 2, non-affiliated and La Paz employees as follows. We are looking to remove the position of library assistant that is listed in the table as a grade 4. We are looking to add the non-exempt position of youth services library assistant as grade 4, as well as technical services library assistant as grade 4 as well. We are looking to transfer the police communications supervisor from a La Paz to a non-affiliated position, and this position would remain in its current grade, which is a grade 10. We are looking to add the exempt position of Director of Public Engagement and Communications within the City Manager Department as grade 11. Deputy City Manager David Brooks previously covered the details of this position in the City Manager's proposed budget for 2025, but this position will serve as the primary spokesperson and media liaison for the city. We are looking to retitle the Assistant Fire Chief to Deputy Fire Chief and reclassify that position to a grade 15. So seasonal, temporary, and stipend employees, we are looking to make the following amendments. We are looking to implement a wage range to the following positions within the library department. Library Clerk 1, Library Custodian Substitutes, and Library Clerk 2. So Article 2 for La Paz, we're looking to remove the Public Works Crew Leader position, currently listed as a grade 7. That position is being transferred to the AFSCME bargaining unit. We are looking to add the non-exempt position of Police Communications Assistant Supervisor as a grade 8. This position has been created to assist the Police Communications Supervisor with the training of on-shift personnel and will be in charge of the shift operations in the absence of the Police Communications Supervisor.
Maybe go up there if you don't.
And lastly, for La Paz, we are seeking to remove the grade 13 deputy fire chief position in its entirety. This position is currently a La Paz position, but it has been replaced by the non-affiliated grade 15, now retitled deputy fire chief position. So Section A, AFSCME, adding the public works crew leader. This is formerly a La Paz position. It's sort of a housekeeping thing, and that will go into grade 7. So for the fire union and the police union, there are no proposed additional positions or retitles to either union. So lastly, and I'll address the collective bargaining units all at once. As the city council knows, all CBAs for all 4 unions will expire at the end of this year. So we have been in negotiations since January. We have reached 3-year tentative agreements with all unions. So as I mentioned at the start of this presentation, the GWI for 2025, the proposed GWI is 3%. Each year thereafter, in year 2 and year 3 of all of the CBAs, the city has tentatively agreed to language that will continue our current practice with a GWI of 1 to 3% based on the Northeast Region CPI for June from 12 months prior. In addition, aside from the general wage increase and relative to fire wages, the city and the union have tentatively agreed to escalate the pay grades to the 60th percentile of the wage and salary study conducted in October of 2024. So we are seeking to implement additional wage adjustments beyond the GWI to the following positions: lieutenant, lieutenant paramedic, and then captain paramedic. And those salary changes are reflected in the fire union scale included in your council packet. And that is it.
Thank you. So this is the second of 3 readings. The third reading will be on the 18th. Councilors, any questions regarding what you've heard thus far? Yes, Sister Mary Bealow.
I'll move that the Lebanon City Council acknowledges the second of 3 presentations to amend ordinance number 18, salary plan as fully described and contained in the November 2024 City Council agenda packet.
Thank you. Do you have a second to that motion? Councilor Whittlesey seconds. Any questions or comments, councilors? Okay, we'll take a roll call vote. Councilor Whittlesey?
Aye.
Councilor Sykes?
Yes.
Councilor Zook?
Yes.
Councilor Simon?
Yes.
Sister Mary Bealow?
Yes.
Councilor Hill?
Yes.
Councilor Heisted?
Aye.
Councilor Wilkie?
Yes.
And I vote yes as well. That passes unanimously. We have several, hopefully very quick items of new business this evening. The first is a request from the Lebanon Opera House for an exemption per Section 14-5 of City Code, Chapter 14, alcoholic beverages, to permit the serving of alcoholic beverages on city property in 2025. Will there be someone speaking to this?
If you need further explanation, it's just they continue into the same agreement we had before, to use the space to be able to sell alcohol.
And this will be through the end of 2025, correct?
End of the year, yeah.
Yes, Councilor Hill.
I'm prepared to make a motion.
Please do so.
Okay. I'll move that the Lebanon City Council hereby grants an exemption pursuant to Section 14-5 of City Code, Chapter 14, alcoholic beverages, to Lebanon Opera House to serve alcoholic beverages during LOH events and performances in areas as described in the December 4, 2024 City Council Agenda Packet. Exemption shall be valid beginning January 1, 2025, and shall expire on December 31st, 2025.
Thank you. Do we have a second to that motion? Councilor Whittlesey seconds. Is there any further discussion? Councilor Whittlesey?
Aye.
Councilor Sykes?
Yes.
Councilor Zook?
Yes.
Councilor Simon?
Yes.
Sister Mary Bealow?
Yes.
Councilor Hill?
Yes.
Councilor Heisted?
Aye.
Councilor Wilkie?
Yes.
And I vote yes as well. That passes unanimously. Second is a request from the Lebanon Outing Club for an exemption also per Section 14-5 of City Code, Chapter 14, alcoholic beverages, to permit the serving of alcoholic beverages on city property. This would be Stores Hill in 2025.
Same situation, with that for the events that they have at that location.
I'll move that the Lebanon City Council hereby grants an exemption to Lebanon Outing Club, LOC, pursuant to Section 14.5 of City Code Chapter 14, alcoholic beverages to serve alcoholic beverages on city-owned property at Stores Hill Ski Lodge and immediate surrounding areas. The exemption shall be valid beginning January 1, 2025, and shall expire on December 31, 2025.
Thank you, Council Hill. Council Whittlesey, will you second? Okay, Council Whittlesey seconds. We will take a roll call vote. Council Whittlesey.
Aye.
Councilor Sykes.
Yes.
Councilor Zook.
Yes.
Councilor Simon.
Yes.
Assistant Mayor Beal.
Yes.
Councilor Hill.
Yes.
Councilor Heisted.
Aye.
Councilor Wilkie.
Yes.
And I vote yes as well. That passes unanimously. Next item of new business is hopefully a very brief presentation of the 2023 financial audit. Staff?
Could we move this to January?
It's only 6 months late, so I don't know if I'd want to wait much longer than that. Because you need to accept the report so we can send it to the federal government. There's been complaining they haven't received it yet.
Karen, if I can. There has also been numerous questions from the public as to when the information was going to be released
Okay,
in
great.
public. Kyle's online, and I believe his presentation is less than 10 minutes.
Okay, great, thank you.
Please proceed.
Vicki Lee?
Good evening. We have Kyle Gingras with Plowsick and Sanderson online tonight to discuss the 2023 audit. They're the ones that came and did our audit, so he's going to be presenting it for us tonight.
Please proceed.
All right, thank you, Vicki. My name is Kyle Gingras with Plowsick and Sanderson. I'm the audit manager overseeing the audit. So if you can allow me to share, I will go through the presentation with you on the screen.
It'll take a second, Kyle. We'll give you permission to do that in a minute.
Yep.
You should have it now.
Okay. Okay, so I have up here the annual financial report for the City of Lebanon for 2023. Can everyone see that?
Yes. Well,
Okay. So this starts on page 95 of the board packet. What you have in the board packet was a draft report. The final report was issued today, so that's what you're seeing here. And I also have attached the gov letter and a PFC audit report that went as well. So we will go through this and I will kind of guide you on the pages that are in your packet. So we will start with the opinion letter. So this is page 1 of our report. It's page 98 of the packet. We'll go straight to the second paragraph of the opinions. In our opinion, the financial statements are fairly presented for all of the opinion units, the governmental activities, business type activities, each major governmental and proprietary fund, and aggregate remaining fund. So that is what you want to see. You received a clean opinion across all opinion units, so there were no issues or deficiencies in the reporting. So everything was in compliance with the accounting standards. So the rest of this is just the other items in the opinion letter. Responsibilities of management for the financial statements, the auditor's responsibilities, references to RSI, required supplementary information, as well as supplementary information in the audit report. Next section of the audit report is the management's discussion and analysis. So this starts on packet page 101 of the council packet. This is prepared by your finance office. This provides more insight and analysis of the financial statements. So if you're looking to understand better why the numbers are what they are, this would be a good place to look. It also provides a year-to-year analysis, whereas the financial statements themselves only present the current year information. So we're going to move along and let you read that at your convenience. So now we have the basic financial statements. The first statement, Exhibit A, this is on page 115 of the packet. This presents the government-wide information of the city as a whole. So the first column is governmental activities. This presents information for all of the governmental funds. The second column is for the business type activities. These are all of the funds that operate similar to a commercial business that essentially charge user fees for to offset operational costs. So your water, your sewer department, landfill, airport all fall within the business type activities, whereas the governmental activities are funded primarily through taxes, fees, intergovernmental revenues. One thing to know about these financial statements is they include long-term assets. So on the balance sheet, we have capital assets. They also include long-term liabilities. So under liabilities, there's long-term liabilities for items like pension, OPEB, compensated absences, long-term debt that are included in these financial statements. These are presented on a full accrual basis of accounting. So Exhibit A is the balance sheet. Exhibit B is the income statement for the government-wide financial statements. Next, we'll go to Exhibit C1. These are the governmental funds. So there are two major funds, the general fund, which is the main operating fund, and the capital improvements fund, which runs all of your capital project funds. And then all of the other governmental funds are non-major, so they are aggregated in this other governmental funds column. The difference in presentation for the governmental funds is they do not include long-term assets, capital assets, or long-term liabilities on the balance sheet. So that's the primary difference that you see here. One thing I will point out is the capital improvements fund did have a deficit at the end of the year. If you reference note 2C, as well as note 27, there was subsequent issuance of debt of bonds and notes to offset this deficit. So subsequent activity has occurred that has eliminated this deficit. So C1 is the balance sheet. C2 reconciles the balance sheet of the governmental funds to the government-wide statements. C3 is the income statement for the governmental funds. Exhibit C4 reconciles C3 back to the governmental activities on Exhibit B. And just one more thing that I'll note on C3, the accounting presentation for these financial statements is called modified accrual basis of accounting, which doesn't include the long-term liabilities and assets. Next, we have a budget to actual presentation for the general fund. So this shows your original budget, adjusted budget, actual activity, and the variance. This is on budgetary basis of accounting, which is similar to modified accrual with a couple minor changes. At the bottom here, we also have a reconciliation of unassigned fund balance from the beginning of the year to the end of the year. This budgetary basis unassigned fund balance, $11,866,981. This is what is used when reporting to the state in determining the tax rate for the next year. So this is the number that the state looks at, is what is your unassigned fund balance at the end of the year that we can apply towards reducing taxes the next year. So if you calculate the difference between beginning and ending, the unassigned fund balance went up $324,536 from the prior year. Exhibits E1, E2, and E3 are financial statements for the proprietary fund, so these are going to be similar to Exhibits A and B. They're just broken down by individual fund. And then the last financial statements and basic financial statements are Exhibits F1 and F2. These are fiduciary funds. This is money held by the city on behalf of other individuals or entities such as the school district or private purpose trust funds. So they have their own separate financial statements. So I'm going to skip through all of the notes. They just offer detailed information on the financials themselves. Now, if we go to page 64, we have required supplementary information. So this is additional information that's required for reporting on the city's share of New Hampshire Retirement System's pension and OPEB liabilities, as well as the city's own OPEB plan. So there are several schedules here that are required for reporting. And then we will go to the supplementary information. So we have Schedule 1. This is page 168 of the council packet. This is a more detailed breakdown of budget to actual for the general fund. So Schedule 1 shows budget to actual for revenues, where you were over, where you were under. Schedule 2 is budget to actual for expenditures. And then Schedule 3 is a reconciliation of changes in unassigned fund balance, similar to what we saw on Exhibit D. Any questions on financials this far?
Counselors, any questions on the financials?
Okay. Real quickly, we have additional statements for the non-major funds, balance sheet, income statement, as well as the fiduciary funds. And then at the end of the report here, this is information that was not included in the draft. This is the final piece that we were wrapping up in order to issue the financial statements, our financial schedules for a single audit. So because the city expends more than $750,000 of federal funds, there's an additional audit called a single audit of the federal funding to make sure that it's complying with the federal requirements and regulations. So we will go to this page here. So second paragraph under the opinion. In our opinion, the City of Lebanon complied in all material respects with the compliance requirements referred to above that could have a direct and material effect on each major federal program. So based on our testing of the federal programs in the single audit, there were no issues identified. The city complied in all respects. And then we do have a summary of results for the single audit, so no material weaknesses or significant deficiencies in the financial report. For the federal awards, no material weakness. There was a significant deficiency identified. If we look at the next page, this relates to specific policies and procedures that are required by the federal regulations that the city didn't have in place. That's not to say that the city doesn't have similar or the same policies for its own regular general fund operations. However, the federal requirements require these policies specific to the program that was tested. Just as a measure of perspective, this is the most common finding that we have in any single audit is on policies. Policies can change from year to year and are different from grant to grant and are very easy to implement. So we know that coming back next year, the city will have taken care of this issue. So this, in the bigger scope of things, is a very minor concern. And then this is the schedule of federal awards. So this lists all the federal funding that was spent by the city during the year. So that covers the financial statement report. Also issued today was the governance letter, which should be available on the city's website. So we're just going to kind of skim through this. There's a lot of just generic language that's required in this report. It does list out the estimates that were used in preparing the financial statements. The only other item of note is there was one recommendation on the capital projects. So the capital projects, there are multiple projects that the city operates at once. They are all reported in a single fund in the general ledger. Everything in the general ledger, ticks and ties, came out the way it was supposed to. However, in order to break these projects out by opinion unit or to track them individually, there are supplemental spreadsheets to track each individual project, of which there are many. There was additional time required to break out the activity from the general ledger by individual project. So this is just a recommendation to make sure that those individual projects are reconciled with the general ledger. Again, very, very minor item. We've discussed it with the finance department, and it's in the process of being corrected going forward. And all of the information was there and available to prepare the financial statement, so it's not a significant deficiency or material weakness, just a recommendation for improvement moving forward. And the last report that was issued real quickly is a passenger facility charges report. This is an additional audit of passenger facility charges, which are they're charges allowed by the FAA based on passengers through the airport, which those fees that can then be utilized for additional projects and work that is performed at the airport. We'll go down to the opinion on the passenger facility charge program. In our opinion, the city complied in all material respects with the types of compliance requirements referred to above that could have a direct and material effect on the passenger facility charges. So again, no issues identified here. This is just an additional report based on the program that's run for the PFC charges. So that brings me to an end of the presentation. Any other questions at this point?
Councilors, any questions of our auditor?
Can I just make one point?
Yes, Councilor Whittlesey.
So I just want to point out on the CFA, a significant deficiency that the piece that was not said was that there were no question costs. So what that means is that the money was spent appropriately in accordance with the program guidelines.
Correct. That's exactly what it means. So the federal award, the single audit, is a test of compliance. So it's not just looking at money. It's also looking at what do the rules say you need to have in place. Some of the rules say these policies should exist. The finding was specific to policies, had nothing to do with the actual dollars themselves.
Thank you. Councilors, any other questions of the auditor? No actions required on this. This is simply an informational report.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
There are two hands raised online. I don't know if they're related to the audit or some other aspect of the meeting. The first, if you, do you want to hear from them?
Certainly.
Amelia Serene? Amelia, are you there? Okay.
about now? Can you hear me now?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. I raised my hand at the beginning of the meeting. I was trying to figure out when one would be able to speak. It doesn't specifically have to do with the auditor's report.
We're going to be moving on to comments on the.
What?
We're going to be moving on to comments on the budget very shortly. This is simply our annual
Okay.
audit report.
And the sec-
Okay. Well, I raised my hand at the beginning of the meeting. I want to, so there will be a time for comment.
Absolutely.
I'll put my hand down.
the second name is Nisanka Kiradena.
Yes, hello, I'm a resident and a taxpayer. I hope you can hear me. My question was, I was wondering if there's any way to accelerate closing up the financial statements and presentation. As a resident, it's really hard when it comes just before the budget of the next year to kind of get your head wrapped around what's happening. And if there's any way we could accelerate, I'm not sure if 11 months is the acceptable time frame for this, but just a thought and a request if it can be done soon.
Vicki, would you like to address that briefly?
I can, yes. Usually the auditors don't come until around April. We don't close our books out until probably March due to, we have a lot of capital projects and vendors don't get their invoices in. So we like to put in everything possible, and we're still getting ready for stuff from the end of the year. So when they come in April or May sometimes, it takes us almost at least 3, 4, 5 months to process this. They're there for 2 weeks fully.
See any picture. That's the weird thing.
And then we usually have the audit presentation in October. We are late for 2023 due to our 2022 software change. So we are a little bit late this year, but normally we will have it presented to the council in October at the latest.
Thank you, Vicki.
Thank you. I think October is a good time frame. Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. That brings us to the one last item we have before we go to public input on the proposed 2025 budget, and that's authorization for the city manager to transfer appropriated unencumbered FY 2024 general funds. Do you want to discuss that?
Mr. Brook?
Yes, this is a request to transfer previously appropriated but unencumbered funds from this fiscal year, FY '24. The city manager has to be authorized by the council to transfer funds from one department to another within the city's general fund. In this case, the legal services budget, which is part of the city manager's office budget, is going to be overspent. Back in August, the council approved a resolution authorizing the manager to transfer up to $100,000 to that legal services budget. Because of some ongoing legal issues, those issues have continued. We are requesting that the council authorize the transfer of an additional $100,000 to that legal services budget. But I want to note that in some cases, particularly with respect to enforcement that the city initiates of its board and committee approvals and its regulations, some of those legal enforcement actions are resulting in judgments in favor of the city, and the city is getting these legal fees back. In one case, a property owner, the city enforced its regulations. The judge sided with the city and awarded attorney's fees. We filed that lien, and the property owner came in very shortly afterwards to pay that off because he wanted to clean title. So we got those fees back. In another instance, there's a civil case happening in another community in the state that is going to result in a sheriff's sale of a property where the city is going to recoup a lien that we have on a property here in this city of roughly $40,000, I believe. In another case, in the third that I'll mention, is a local case where the city, the judge awarded civil penalties in excess of $290,000 due to some zoning and planning violations. So again, in most cases, or in many cases, the city's going to recoup the costs of these activities. I can't tell you when, But it could be months, years later. But once we file these liens, we will get repaid. So I just want to make sure that the council's aware of that as you consider the request that's being asked.
Thank you. Councilors, any questions of staff on this? Okay, there is a motion on page 177 of the packet. Council Whittlesey.
Be it hereby resolved by the Lebanon City Council that whereas the City Council appropriates funds in December of each year for the ensuing fiscal year, and the City Charter C419:45 transfer of appropriations provides that the council may authorize the city manager to transfer any unencumbered appropriation or a portion thereof from one department to another, and whereas the costs associated with the city's legal services which are budgeted within the city manager's office will exceed the appropriations within the 2024 budget as amended. Now, therefore, the City Council hereby authorizes the city manager to transfer unencumbered appropriations in the FY 2024 general fund budget in the amount of up to $100,000 as indicated in the following table on page 179 of the December 4th, 2024 packet, $100,000 from the Finance Department to the City Manager's Office Legal Services. Be it further resolved that this resolution be written upon the minutes of the Lebanon City Council meeting on December 4th, 2024.
Thank you, Council Whittlesey. Do we have a second to that motion? Councilor Hill seconds. Councilors, any questions or comments? Hearing none, I'll call for a vote. Councilor Whittlesey?
Aye.
Councilor Sykes?
Yes.
Councilor Zook?
Yes.
Assistant Mayor Bealow? Sorry, Councilor Simon?
Yes.
Assistant Mayor Bealow?
Yes.
Councilor Hill?
Yes.
Councilor Heisted?
Aye.
Councilor Wilkie?
Yes.
And I vote yes as well. That passes unanimously. Okay, that moves us on to public input on the proposed 2024 municipal budget. We received obviously a tremendous amount of feedback on this. We've compiled a number of those comments and tried to sort of wean through the questions. Hopefully staff has some good answers on there, but before we even were to go to that, I want to go to the public comment section of this. And we're going to start with folks here in the room. If you'd like to speak, if you can come to either the podium or the front, make your comment, ask your question, and then we'll sort of move on to the next person. So we ask that you identify yourselves. We ask that you let us know what ward you live in Lebanon, if in fact you live in Lebanon. If you don't live in Lebanon, let us know what town you live in. Ladies, could we have your names, please?
My name is Alice Embry.
My name is Dia Kashyap.
Thank you. What do you have for us this evening?
Hello, my name is Alice Embry. I live on 46 Church Street. This is my friend Dia. We're fourth graders at Hanover Street School. We are here today to talk about the library's budget cuts. We, as well as many of our friends, use the Lebanon Library weekly after school. My favorite thing about the library is that it has so many activities. I enjoy watching the little kids play and having their parents read to them. It is a great safe social space for kids. The library is the one place my parents let me go without them after school with my friends. We are able to get off the school bus and walk to the library. This act is teaching us to be responsible. A lot more students are going to the library after school since CCBA started charging for the after-school program. Not having the library available to us would be detrimental to children of all ages in the Upper Valley.
Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Dia Kashyap. I live at 54 Nottingham Circle. I started going to the Lebanon libraries at the age of 2.5 after we moved from India. My interest in reading started from there, and it means the world to me, thanks to the library facility and amazing staff. When I found out the libraries were getting a budget cut, I was shocked, surprised, and if I must be honest, a little annoyed too, because I was hoping for additional funds to support the libraries. We asked, can we do something about it?
Little kids.
Along with my friend Alice, we created this kids petition form in support of the Lebanon libraries. Like Alice and I, my friends say that the library is a special place for them too. Not just adults, but kids of Lebanon stand in support of the Lebanon libraries. We are not exactly sure what will happen after the proposed budget cut, but we can predict that several learning and fun activities will be impacted. Another bump could be staff reduction. Without these amazing staff, the library will neither be fun nor safe for us. And we fear a lot more changes could affect us and the library's function. We need to work on supporting our local libraries for building a healthier community so they can better support us and prepare us for our future. As pointed by my friend Alice, we need the funds for various activities like chess clubs, book clubs, art workshops, e-learning supplies, and more, which we are currently deprived of. Therefore, we, the kids of Lebanon, urge the City Council to take a moment to think and really ask yourself, is this the right thing to do? How will this action impact Lebanon and its residents? We hope that the City Council will not disappoint us. We thank you for your consideration and time.
Thank you, girls. Thank you very much. Okay, who's next?
Hi, my name's Tara Sweat. This is my son Garrett Thibodeau. We live here in Lebanon. I'm pretty loud. I work at Alice Peck Day, and I've lived in Lebanon about 20 years. We've been going to the library since forever. Garrett started going there when he was just a child, doing the toddler and just growing up there. Sorry, I'm a little nervous. When I was going through school, I used the Kilton Library so I could study. It was a great place to be quiet and didn't have to worry about, laundry, all the things that you think about while you're at home. It's a great place to go. Yesterday I was there and you could see lots of teens using the room for a quiet place again to study. And I think if we look at Lebanon, one thing that's really sad is that we don't have a lot of places for kids to go where they feel safe, that is free. It's really hard here. The CCBA is a great place, but it costs money and they're not open late at nighttime sometimes. And it's really important that kids here have a safe place that they can be to study, to read, to learn for these programs.
Reading is hard for me, and I'm working on this daily. I like to read by playaways. They're like an old school MP3 player. I can take them anywhere. My school only has so many. The library gives me more options. They also talk to other libraries if they have a playaway. I want, but our local library doesn't have it, so I can borrow it. I also go to the library for fun activities they offer, like Pokemon nights. The library is important to me and my family. Thank you. My name's Garrett.
Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Katie O'Neill. I live in Ward 3, and I am the adult version of the library kits. I'm here to ask this council to reconsider their proposed cuts to the public library budget. Like many people here, I'm a lifetime lover of the library. I use library resources nearly every single day when I listen to audiobooks on my commute. I learned to cook from library-loaned cookbooks. I applied to college scholarships that my local librarian found for me. I could easily spend my entire time up here explaining why I think public libraries are a bastion of American democracy and upward mobility. But I think you'll be hearing a lot of arguments along those lines from other people, so I'd like to focus on a more specific point based on my experiences with the foster care system. The proposed cuts to the library budget will disproportionately hurt families involved in the foster care system and will lead to increased costs downstream for human services. First, the library is a popular place for parents and children to meet for visitation, and for good reason. Can you think of a single other place in Leb that is free to use, protected from the weather, and full of engaging educational materials? However, if the library doesn't have a porta potty, which is a very possible reality with the budget cuts, there are people who defecate on the grounds, making the library less safe and sanitary. If a family doesn't feel safe at the library, it can make more sense to switch visits to shopping centers and fast food restaurants, places without books, toys, and a quiet environment. The proposed cuts would also result in reduced weekend hours and fewer functional computers. One need only think of a young mother working long hours during the week to save up for a deposit on the apartment that will allow her and her children to escape an abusive situation, an apartment she can only apply to online, to see how these cuts would devastate vulnerable families. I know that these cuts have been proposed in order to cap tax increases in 2025. I know that balancing constituent needs is an incredibly hard job and not one that you all take lightly. But I also know that the proposed cuts to the library's budget will do material harm to the most vulnerable members of our community. I would gladly pay slightly more in taxes to give at-risk children a better chance at reuniting safely with their families, and I don't think I'm alone in that sentiment. Please reconsider these cuts. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Hello there, my name is Ryan Ratz and I live at 41 Union Street in Ward 3 and I've been a resident of Lebanon, New Hampshire for almost 15 years now. I am an assistant professor of medicine and assistant professor of pediatrics at Geisel School of Medicine, but I speak here on behalf of my own beliefs and not those of my institution. I'd like to comment on two things in the budget that I hope the committee would reconsider keeping in their proposal. One is for the community paramedic that is sponsored by through the fire department. I think a lot of our seniors lack access to appropriate resources after hospital or before they go to the hospital. And that program has actually been critical for us at the hospital of keeping patients out of the hospital and reducing transport costs. So I think in the long-term aspects of community health, I hope the committee would reconsider. And second, I think more passionately, I'd like to speak on behalf of the library system as a pediatrician. I don't think I can as eloquently speak as some of our prior speakers, and I think it's fantastic that we live in a town where young citizens can speak their civic mind. The American Academy of Pediatrics, as recently as November of 2024, so just this past month, has issued a mission statement on the role of literacy and the impact that it has on community health. And while you may hear from some of our younger members and other members of our community on their own personal benefit, I think data and how that impacts community health is really key. When you look at small categories such as toddlers in the years 1, 2, and 3, and you look at the literacy rates of children of professionals versus those more working class and the role that community library programs help in increasing those literacy rates, there are no other programs that exist in our current society to, I guess, bridge that gap. When you look at third year or third graders' literacy rates, they have the biggest impact on graduation rates of high school. Those impacts then have an impact on things like jobs, mental health, substance abuse, long-term costs that impact our community. One of the very few things that the American Academy of Pediatrics recommends is that people get their library cards as early as possible, that parents attend reading groups, library sessions, because it promotes bonding and healthy interactions between both parents and their children. But most importantly, programs like the summer reading programs actually help boost those literacy rates and grades that we know by data, evidence-based medicine, make a difference in the long-term outcomes. So I hope that you are moved both by the passion of some of the younger as well as older civic members of our community, but I hope that you really think long-term about the data that we know that drives community health and the role that libraries play. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
My name is Philip Weepkin. I, like the previous speaker, and I endorse everything that has been said before. I work in the library and have done so for the last 11 years. And I've seen the great things that the library does in terms of community service, not only as a book repository, but all the programs that we do in terms of assisting kids learning to read, becoming how much to love books, and all the programs that unfortunately would be cut should the budget that is currently proposed goes through. We would not be able to do a fraction of the programs that we do right now, and also we would not be able to assist, and it's not only the kids, but we have a lot of older people that are not so tech savvy that come into the library and say, I need to print a document, I need to do this, I don't know how to do it. And so we spend a lot of our time assisting other people because they've got nowhere else to go but the library, and they know they can get expert help from just about any of myself or my colleagues. So it's not only the literary side, which Ryan just previously talked about, and the kids so wonderfully made their points. There would be so many things like, just for example, our interlibrary loan system. That would be gone, totally. We would not be able to obtain books from other libraries that people come in and say, hey, this is the book I want to read. And we don't, okay, so we don't have it. But we can get the book, in most cases, from other libraries. This service would be gone. And so we would have to say, I'm sorry, we can't do this for you. And as the kids have said, it's a safe place for them to come, and I thoroughly enjoy the kids coming in the afternoons. There's such a great set of kids that come in. So I sincerely ask you guys to really think about what the impact of these budget cuts that you're currently proposing would do to the library system. We would probably have to close a few days because we couldn't staff, on top of the fact that we wouldn't be able to provide the services that we currently do. So I would just like you to think about that and see because it would make such an incredible impact on the whole of the community in Lebanon. Thank you.
Thank you.
I just want to have one clarifying piece before you go there. There have been no cuts to the library budget. I don't know if you're aware of that.
There have been no what?
There are no cuts to the library budget. It has been submitted by the library, just so you know that.
Oh, there isn't?
There isn't.
What is?
Look at the proposed budget, there are no cuts to the library budget. I think there's a misunderstanding. The council asked for two alternative budgets. The budget that the city manager proposed, there are no cuts to the library budget. None. Just so you're aware of that.
Well,
because multiple people have
where
said that.
Where did this 290,000 come from?
Because there are alternative budgets the council asked them to prepare so they knew what those would look like.
Okay.
The proposed budget that is before the council doesn't have any cuts to the library budget, just so you know, anybody else who wants to ask.
Okay. Well, that's fantastic if that's the case. Thank you. Okay, who's next?
Good evening. My name is Dominic Calandrella. I live in Ward 2. Before I begin, I would like to address that while we understand the importance of lower tax rates and the issues that higher tax rates pose, we would encourage the City Council to be strategic about, if necessary, where budget cuts are made and to recognize the essential nature of the Parks and Recreation Department, specifically the Veterans Memorial Pool, which is what I'm here to talk about. I have been a desk attendant and swim lesson instructor at the pool for the last 3 summers. I would like to share a story of my coworker, Harper Rancourt, and her family. Harper has also worked at the pool with me for 3 years now. Prior to that, she had taken swim lessons throughout her entire childhood at the pool. Her family has been coming to the pool for over a decade, as has mine, and as have many other families in Lebanon. Currently, her younger sisters also participate in swimming lessons, with the older Paisley planning on working the desk this upcoming summer. Last year, Paisley took a junior lifeguarding course and has been overqualified for that position for years now, which can be accredited to the hours she spends at the pool every morning. The pool is a unique place where kids learn how to swim, blow bubbles, and do front flips, and then 10 years later, where they work and teach little siblings and friends these same skills. A loss of the pool would also eliminate affordable swim lessons in the Upper Valley. By taking swim lessons, kids gather critical thinking and constructive human interaction, not to mention learning how to swim, a necessary life and survival skill. It takes away a reliable resource where parents can leave their kids knowing they are safe outside and enjoying themselves. In an age where TVs and iPads dominate summers, the pool is something that keeps our community's kids and families outside. Now, from the perspective of an employee, the pool has been instrumental in my development over the last few years. The pool has taught me social skills, how to deal with patrons, first aid, and CPR training, and so much more. The pool has a tight-knit dynamic, and the people I have met while working there have become some of the most important people in my life. I am extremely lucky to wake up every day during the summers, show up to the office, and get a big hi Dom from all my coworkers. I am lucky to be the person who patrons get excited to see on the frigid and rainy mornings during swim lessons, or during the Leb City Luau swimming across the diving well with a greased watermelon. I am lucky to grab a Band-Aid from the back office and give it to a teary-eyed kid with a scraped toe. My summers would be incomplete without the pool, as would the lives of countless other community members. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Who's next? Yes, ma'am.
Allison Perico, Ward 3. I have personal and professional concerns about the possible proposed alternative budget cuts, especially in the recreation area. Not only am I a longtime resident, but I am a special educator who specializes in behavior and neurodiversity, and I work for the city for multiple summers at Camp K and as the camp director. While I might not understand all the nuances and inner workings of the budget, I have some concerns I would like to address. As a resident coming to understand the short and long-term impacts of the proposed alternative budget cut, these are deeply discouraging. Some of my fondest memories, both as a child and an adult, are some of my favorite events and places are sponsored by the Recreation Department. I acknowledge the want and need for taxes to not increase, and we have to be strategic about how and where we cut the budget. In reviewing the budget and supporting resources, the website states the budget is guided by the principles of sustainability as well as the master plan. Two of the principles of sustainability address 1, community access and engagement, and 2, sense of place. These principles look at sustaining quality of life and increasing citizen participation at all ages. The events and programming, as well as the Lebanon Pool, directly align with these principles. In reviewing the master plan created in 2012, the community vision for 2030, and the recreations in section 10, there is a key point that states, the city of Lebanon shall foster a high quality of life by maintaining and enhancing the city's recreational resources and striving to provide residents with access to recreation facilities and programs appropriate for people of all ages, backgrounds, interests, and ability levels. In section 10B1, it discusses the growing demand for recreation facilities and programs that meet the needs of interests of residents. The master plan and the principles of sustainability that are meant to guide the budget, and it appears that the cutting budget would be in stark contrast to the long-range plan. According to the National Library of Medicine and several other research sources, research states that there is a direct correlation between increased pro-social activities and reduced crime rates. The programs and places that the Recreation Department create are key aspects and protective factors for children. Not only is this significant, but providing multiple spaces and programs allows kids exposure and opportunities to safe social experiences that are essential to child development. I have personally experienced the recreation programs in places like the Lebanon Memorial Pool, and they offer safe, pro-social activities for kids and families for people of all ages and backgrounds. In closing, I want to thank you for your time and effort and ask you consider other solutions than the significant proposed reduction in the alternative budget to recreation and other pro-social activities. Thank you.
Thank you. Who's next?
Raymond Hood in Ward 2. So I was looking through the budget here recently, especially since I saw the article in the paper, a couple articles actually, and the city is right at this point planning an 11% increase in the city tax rate. Well, last year, for the year 2024, it was 7.7% increase for city and 10.4 for the school district. So if we have 11% increase in the city, what are we going to expect from the school district?
We don't know yet.
You don't know yet. Well, neither do we. So you got people here, some of you on the board are probably on Social Security. These people are not going to be able to live here anymore, or their life is going to be much less because of that. Now, the other thing that I noticed tonight was a report on how you're going to make changes in our police and our fire protection, obviously to cut some of that.
No, that discussion tonight didn't have to do with budget.
Well, anyways, one thing I didn't hear is your management positions. Now, our management, at least I'm sure one fellow, manager in our city, his salary is $155,000 plus benefits, plus I assume he gets a vehicle, so we're looking at $200,000 to $250,000.
He doesn't get a vehicle.
He doesn't get a vehicle, oh, he can't drive a city around.
What's that?
You know who I'm talking about?
You're talking about me.
No.
I'm the only person who makes $155.
Well, it was in one of the budgets, and it was not in your budget.
I'm the only person who makes $155.
Okay, but anyways, I know it makes, what I'm saying is, my point is, we have a pretty good-sized management team. I didn't hear anything tonight about that. I was in management for many, many years. And I know how that works, the manager. Now, the other thing that I noticed is in the paper that we have some problem in public works. That's been ongoing for 2 years. And again, when I was in management, guess whose responsibility that was to have addressed that? So that's one of the reasons I bring that up. Number two, I realized that, even though I may have known this city, we own property in West Lebanon. I'm not sure why. The total value, city assessed value is $1,447,300, which, in other words, according to my calculations, we're losing $38,105 every year in tax revenue, unless we're acting as landlords, and we got some revenue. But right now, with the market it is, I'd say, what are we doing with that property? Why do we buy it? Why don't we get rid of it? You could probably make money on it right now.
The intention is to flip the property.
What's that?
The intention is to flip those properties as quickly as possible and see them redeveloped and increase the tax revenue in downtown West Lebanon.
Why did we buy them in the first place? Are we in that business, the city?
Not typically.
Flipping properties?
Not typically. They were up for sale. A longtime owner, it was clear that they were going to go to another owner who was going to do the same thing that had been done for decades, that would not have upgraded those properties, and so we chose to purchase them, but not with the idea of a long-term hold. With the idea of flipping them as quickly as possible, seeing them redeveloped and actually increase the property tax revenues while helping to spur redevelopment of downtown West Lebanon. So that was an investment we chose to make.
Okay, well, good luck. Then, one other thing that had come to my attention was the Woolen Mill project over here in the old
Mill.
Mill, yeah. So I understand that you agreed to give this council, give them an 11-year abatement on taxes. Is that correct?
It's a 79E abatement. It was a split decision here on the council. That developer has since revised his plan, is now coming back to the council in January. We're going to be discussing that abatement again, and it may not be what he originally had been looking for because the public benefits appear to have decreased substantially. So I would say that that is not cast in stone by any stretch of the imagination at this point.
Well, I don't know what you were thinking in the first place, quite frankly.
The property is not generating significant revenue as it is. The idea of the 79E program is that you give an abatement so that it will make the redevelopment of the property possible, feasible for a developer, so that then over time, you end up with a significantly increased revenue from that same property. If nothing happens on that property, we're still not going to make any revenue from that property. So that's why the 79E type programs, that's what we were thinking in the first place. is-
Well, I don't agree with it, so.
That's fine,
That's
that's fine. You asked why
I
we
don't
thought
think
about
that
it.
you're thinking in dollars. Anyways, so looking at this, oh, yes. So I think you really need to take a look at this budget and start cutting. You represent this community, okay? You are responsible, you're in charge to either support the manager's budget or to cut it. And if you don't do that, by the end of this month, as I understand it, it goes into effect. So I'm here saying, do your jobs. Do your jobs that you're elected to do. Look out for the people in this community. Keep our fire department. They've saved my life twice. They're the best in the round. So, and maybe what you should do is they say, a new broom sweeps clean. Maybe you should get a new broom.
Thank you, Mr. Hood.
Yes, sir. Good evening. My name is Joshua Flanders, and I'm a voter of Ward 1. I was born and raised in Lebanon. I'm a partner in a local business, and I'm a senior advisor at Amazon, where I work with the public sector on teaching them how to maximize their budgets. I'm here to express deep concerns about the proposed tax increase and their term implications for our community. Taxpayers cannot afford double-digit tax increases for the next year, let alone the next 4. Compounded annually, this would result in a 50% or greater increase, which is an unsustainable burden to our community. Lebanon's population is aging. With 21% of our residents 65 or older, many living on fixed incomes, Social Security payments are expected to increase merely 2.5% in 2025, which cannot keep pace with the rising taxes. Additionally, young families and blue-collar families are being forced out of Lebanon. It's my understanding that over 50% of our housing is now rental units, an unprecedented shift that threatens the sustainability of our community. The proposed tax increases reflect a financial trajectory that is neither sustainable nor aligned with responsible governance. According to my research, the city's projected debt is expected to exceed our debt ceiling in the 2026-27 fiscal year, and our unassigned fund balance, the critical financial safety net, is deteriorating. Before embarking on expenditures such as a $24 million fire station project, we should have done adequate research to make sure that they were staffed accordingly and confirm that with adherence to safe practices. Now we as taxpayers are facing a $24 million bill and were recently informed that we need more headcount to keep us safe. The long story short here is that taxpayers are losing trust in the City Council and your ability to prioritize the best interest of our community. To realign city priorities with taxpayers, I'd recommend the following steps be taken. I would propose imposing a hiring freeze on all departments excluding city and fire resources, justifying pay increases in services with national benchmarks, and pausing any new capital projects until they are rigorously justified and prioritized. And lastly, requesting that DHMC come to the table to review the pilot program that is only favorable to them and not favorable to the City of Lebanon. Enterprise funds. Enterprise funds must be self-sustaining, and the city should reevaluate services that cannot operate without adding to the taxpayer's burden. Lebanon's future depends on adopting a fiscally responsible budget that protects the residents and restores the confidence in local government. Long story short, I've spent countless hours reviewing your budget, and I'd ask you to consider a 0% tax increase for 2025, and I'd push back on your departments to get creative and learn to do more with less, much like the taxpayers have had to do. Thank you.
Next.
I'm Terry Lacasse, and been a resident here all my life, been paying taxes for 50 years, and I can honestly say we've got one of the best police forces, and we've got a great firemen here right now, and I wouldn't want to change that at all. Problem is that when we've got something that's good, we don't want to add to it. I'm on a fixed income, A lot of the people behind me are on a fixed income. And that means that when we saw the increases that you want and put ahead, we can't afford it. Yeah, I mean, you either figure a place where to live that doesn't have the taxes that we have and live with that, or you have to change. I hate to see like the people before me talking about the pool, the library, this soldiers thing and all that. It's the first thing they do when you cut the budget and all that, is take away things people want. It isn't a hard street, it's just that we don't want an increase. And this thing looks like it's going to be quite an increase in the time period that we have it. That means the only way we get it down is to take away stuff that's important to the people of Lebanon. You look at Lebanon, it's a great place to grow up. The teachers here are fantastic. Everybody enjoys Lebanon, but they're not going to be around. You're going to have plenty of room with the housing problem because nobody's going to be able to afford to be here. It's something that happens. So if you're looking at the budget, what you're going to have to do, and you're looking at that, I know somebody brought up that we need 4 more, and then they needed 8 more firemen and all that sort of thing. Find out what we really need and just use that. Put one at a time, not a bunch in here. And it's the same with all the programs. I ran a business for 55 years, and you don't spend the money before you have it. And that's what they're doing. So, like I said, it's a great place to bring your children up, great place to be here. I love Lebanon, and I'd do anything for it. But like I said, I might even get to the point where I can't afford to be here too, and a lot of other people.
Thank you, Terry.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I'm Susan Kellogg. I've been a resident of Lebanon for 35 years. When I purchased my house on Shaw Street, I intentionally created a budget for myself that would have my mortgage paid off by the time I reached retirement age. And, you know, I did that because I love the city, I love my neighbors, my community, and I want to stay here as long as possible. Enter the new tax rate and the proposed increases, and I don't know if that's going to happen because I see by 2028 or certainly by 2030, my monthly tax bill will be more than my mortgage ever was. And that, it makes me angry because I feel like I've been very fiscally responsible and now I am having my life impacted by what I feel has been irresponsible budget and city financial management. But I'm not here. I'm not here just to tell my own story. This is a group effort here. And as others have already said, nearly 1/4 of our population is approaching or retirement age and will be working from fixed incomes and savings and Social Security, none of which are going to see regular 12% annual increases. And so the tax burden will become increasingly crushing to us, and many of us will have to move. I do understand that the city budget is much more complicated than my home budget, and I appreciate that. But I feel like the same guiding principles should be overseeing it, and that means you figure out your income base and your income stream and you work within that. You prioritize need over want. You pay down debt before you take on more debt. And you shore up your own ecosystem before you give away resources to others. It feels really like the cart is way ahead of the horse in our city finances, and I think many of us are here because we feel the disaster that is barreling down on us, and all of us will suffer. Probably no more as a group than the retirees. As another man said, I feel like looking at the Social Security annual increase of 2.5% to 3%, that seems like a reasonable place to start and say, let's limit our tax increases to that. I would love to see Lebanon remain an affordable place, not just for me, but for anyone who wants to live here and call it home. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Lori Key, Ward 3. I have lived in Lebanon for 41 years and raised 4 children who enjoyed the library and enjoyed the rec department. And we all know, as we sit here, those are really small tickets in the budget, because I've now read the budget. I have been, I think some of you probably recognize me as having been at the meetings and listening to the presentations and learning more about what the city offers. And I have to say, I have a couple of observations I really want to share with you, and that really have stuck out with me. And it is this habit, or I don't know what, of taking on some of the responsibilities for the region. I mean, it should not be up to Lebanon taxpayers to fix the housing situation in our region. And a great example was the buying property, and I get what Karen was saying, what we could, in the future, garners all kinds of maybe returns on our investment. But you all knew we were going to be facing these tax increases. This is not something that just fell out of the sky. That's really mismanagement if you didn't see this coming. Yet we do these things. We buy more property. It goes off the tax books. And because somehow the city is better at redevelopment than just let the people organically let this happen. I mean, why is the city using my tax dollars? You know, the checkbook is not the city's checkbook. It's our checkbook. And you are spending our money for something that will have, you know, maybe down 20 years from now, it'll be, oh, isn't this great? But that doesn't help the people today that are living in your city, that are now living on the edge. Since I read your article in the Valley News in May, where I thought it had to be an error, that we were going to be seeing these kinds of increases. And then I went out prior to the election and first time ever canvassed in the city. And that was an eye-opening experience, because you know what people wanted to talk about more than anything? People wanted to talk about, what the heck am I going to do with my tax bill? How am I going to stay in my property? My neighbors over there already moved. My neighbor over there is moving. Knock on the door. Oh, those people moved out. They said they couldn't afford the taxes. You know, there's going to be a point where none of us can sell our houses, because people are going to look at the tax burden and say, I can't live in that city. I can't pay that kind of stuff. There's people here. Where are they going to go? So solve the problem for the whole state on Lebanon's back. The second part is, if you go to the website in Hanover and you search on homeless emergencies and programs, you know where they take you? To the Lebanon Housing Authority. Why are we supporting, I mean, no one wants to see somebody homeless. But again, I think Hanover may have an advantage over us. They just sit back and say, let's just wait for Lebanon. Lebanon will come up, they'll figure it out, and we'll take all our problems over, and Lebanon will take care of it. Another observation, I want police and firefighters and EMS. No, I mean, those are basic services that we should all have. I didn't, though it struck me when one of the tasks, patrol tasks, so the police had said at the meeting that they spend most of their time on 12A patrolling or at the hospital. So, first of all, if they have to spend a lot of time at the hospital, and I know exactly what's going on there because I worked there for 41 years as a nurse, and they're necessary, but they got to pay their way.
Yes.
I mean, they just the presenter said, and we go down on 12A and we do patrols, you know, to kind of prevent shoplifting. I'm like, Kohl's can get their own person to patrol for shop. Why are we paying for them for the shoplifting problem? I mean, these are the kinds of things. A community nurse, it's a little ironic. We live in a town with 2 hospitals, but we've got to have a community nurse here, and we have to have, and in, I think, 3 other towns. Again, can we not just have the city council look at things through the lens of the people that are living in the city today and their welfare, and that is your guiding principle in your own charter that says that is our responsibility. The unintended consequences of all of this other stuff is people are going to lose the roof over their head. So at the end of the day, you want to see people that have put their time, energy, and life into a community to make a tough decision to say, I can't afford it. I can't afford to live here. And I guess the last thing I will just say is, I feel like the bus has left the station and the budget is going to pass, because that's what happens. I witnessed in those meetings no debate about any item. And it was really not about a budget. It was really more about let's learn about what each department does. And it's supposed to be a budget workshop. And I didn't see any of the counselors engage each other in, do we really need this or do we really need that? And if you guys aren't willing, I asked the mayor, when is the last time the city council said no to anything? And he said, I can't remember. That's a problem. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
No, I'm not. You're up. Hello, I'm Layla Voley, Ward 2. I have lived here for 3 years and have 3 children, a kindergartner at Hanover Street School and twin toddlers. Our family plans to be here for the long haul. I'm speaking today in support of keeping the library's full budget as well as other Lebanon services that make this community vibrant and a wonderful place to have a family and to be a neighbor. I want to be clear, I want to honor the woman who just spoke, that I really believe that this can work without the cost of people's homes and property tax increase. I just want to speak on how I've been using the library with story hour, group meetings, something as simple as a craft of the week. You know, please consider how this piece of joy is something that any child of any economic background in our community can depend on. The Upper Valley Music Center hosts free concerts at the library. I will actually be attending one on Friday at Kilton with my twin toddlers. It's, once again, we live in a place that offers such spectacular opportunities for anyone to experience something that would just be unaffordable elsewhere. And I hope that we can protect that. The library fosters lifelong learning and positive relationships to books. We're in an academic area, and there's a frightening increase in the state-level New Hampshire agenda in cutting education. This is why Lebanon must be part of the voice of reason, and that libraries never receive a cut. From Parks and Rec, our family used the soccer program, the public pool, swim lessons, and special town events every year. Lebanon is a beautiful place to have a family. Cutting these programs that enrich each child while fostering community support between parents and community members should be avoided at all costs. I support boosting our current infrastructure of these social programs available to all as a top priority and key to keeping Leb a wonderful place to live. Find somewhere else than these critical programs that keep Leb welcoming to working class families. Thank you for your care.
Thank you. Next.
Hi, I'm Joy. I am in Ward 3, and I'm a teacher here in Lebanon. I recognize that this is a really difficult balancing act for everybody, and I am here to echo some of the sentiments of people saying that it's becoming very expensive to live here. I have roommates, and I am not making enough money as a teacher to live here without roommates. Many of the people in this town are renters, as we pointed out. They are not facing the income tax, but they are facing some really real day-to-day struggles of making sure that they feed their families and can afford their rent, which will inevitably go up. Several of my families are low income at my school, and I regularly recommend resources that the library provides. I often am using the library to find new books for my classroom, to help provide a variety of topics of interest for the kids. And the programs that the library provides, as mentioned, are just incredible resources. And the library is also one of the only places that you can feel safe going into on a cold day and not buy something. And you can be there as long as you need to. You can use the computer, you can use the internet, which is a cost that some people cannot afford. You can print things that you need. You can print your resume. You can look for jobs. You can apply for other public funding to support your family. The other thing that I really love to use the library for is the interlibrary loan service. It helps me support my book club that I run at the Lebanon Library, which has over 30 members of Lebanon, residents of Lebanon who are members of the book club. And thanks to Shannon and Bess, the people who are working at the interlibrary loan office, they are providing those books for the book club every month. And while some of the proposed budgets options do not cut the library, I recognize that I don't know if all of you are voting on that one or another budget. And it is small potatoes compared to some of the bigger changes you're offering to make, but consider that for the library itself, proportionally, it's not small. As somebody else mentioned, the porta potties would be removed from in front of Kilton. I can imagine that a lot of us would not be super thrilled if we were told not to use the bathroom one day a week, or, you know, if the library were to reduce its hours and not have indoor facilities as well. Nobody wants that. It's a safe place, it's a social service, and there are significant consequences now and in the long term for our most vulnerable people, the renters of this town, who want a chance here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I'm Jennifer Mercer. I live in Ward 3. I agree with a lot of the things that, actually, probably everything that's been said before me. I don't think anyone wants cuts to the fire department, the police department, the library, or the pool. Those wouldn't make sense. But the taxpayers of Lebanon cannot afford the spending that just keeps going up and up and up. The property taxpayers, the homeowners here who are funding our city. And I've watched you guys work for years. I sat on the zoning board for years. There's a lot of compassion on the city council, except for when it comes to the property owners and the homeowners and property taxpayers. It doesn't seem to be there. We are at the point where many people throughout the city of varied economic backgrounds are really worried about this and will not be able to afford to continue living here. I have started an online petition, which I know you will not accept. You will need a paper petition to cap our tax increases year after year. Manchester caps theirs. It's tied to the Consumer Price Index for urban, CPIU. It's an average of the previous 3 years. I would urge the city council to take that into consideration, to consider doing something like that, or do something responsible with our dollars, because we want to live here. Everyone who lives in the city wants to be here. We like the varied economy and people of all walks of life. That's why we live here. That's why we don't live in Hanover. We could go to Hanover if we want Hanover. And maybe we'll be able to afford Hanover. Who knows? But we're not going to be able to afford to keep living here. And so if you don't consider something like reasonable tax increases that people can plan for, that their salaries can accommodate, that their fixed incomes can accommodate with, they only get additional fixed income that maybe barely keeps up with inflation. That's true for people's salaries too. Nobody's going to get an 11% salary increase this year, at least I'm not. So I would urge you to really consider that. But in lieu of that, we are organizing. We will file a committee for a petition, and we will get the signatures. We already have over 200 signatures in less than 24 hours to cap our tax hikes on the online petition. And then you will be stuck with that. And I know it will take time, but if you don't believe me, you can ask David. He knows I'll make sure it passes. We've worked together for a long time in this city. So I really, really would ask that you please consider something and some compassion for the people who are funding this city. It's really hard for us to do this. And there is a lot of compassion. I've seen it at the beginning too, talking about memorializing deaths of homeless people. But the people who live here deserve some compassion too and some understanding that our salaries are not going to keep up with us. Our incomes can't keep up with us. It's not possible. Thank you.
Thank you.
I wasn't going to speak tonight, but listening to a lot of things. I'm Steve King. I'm from Ward 1. I love this city. It's a beautiful city. But I'd like to look at each and one of you. Are you for the passing of the budget? Are you for it? Are you for it? Are you guys all for this? Is this what we're looking for, that the rest of us don't have a say in this city? You guys are all going to come together and say, well, this is what we're going to do. Can you honestly tell me you guys feel comfortable passing this budget?
I think we're going to have a very active discussion, I can tell you that.
You should. You guys should be ashamed of asking these people. It's like, we do. We have the beautiful fire department. Best guys in the world. They're there for us. You call them, they're there. Police department, same thing. They're there for us. You guys need to be there for us now. Okay? Tell you what, I got a very good friend that's 80 some odd years old. Lives on Social Security. But you know what? That man is still working to this day. You know why? Because he's worried about his taxes. Something happens to him, he wants to make sure his wife is taken care of. That's pretty good, but he shouldn't have to worry about that. We're all at the age, a lot of us in this room are at the age of retirement. How are we going to retire? We can't afford that. Can I walk up to my boss tomorrow morning and tell him I need a raise so I can live in the city of Lebanon? It's not going to happen. You guys want to do tax cuts? Maybe you need to take a break. Lower your taxes down. See if you can afford to live in Lebanon with that kind of money you told us what you make. I think it's something that the city of Lebanon needs to wake up and really listen to this place. I know a lot of you guys have worked hard in the city, but enough's enough. You see those people down in West Lebanon holding them signs? You guys see them? That's where we're going to be. We're going to be down there with them. You guys going to donate to us? You going to give us some money so we can afford? I doubt it. So before we make this final decision, I ask you, please, this is Lebanon. Let's keep it Lebanon. Okay? Let's keep it Lebanon. Make everybody proud to live here. And don't go be so stressed where their next house is going to be, where their kids, grandkids. I got grandkids. My God. What are we going to do? Let's make Lebanon Great again.
I'd like to just address something real quick, because the process of the budget is that the city manager presents his budget, his proposed budget, to the city council. Then, and that's by October 31st. During the month of November, then we have these budget work sessions where we hear further in depth from each department. And typically, the city council listens to those sessions, we ask further questions, and then at the end, so tonight, and then on the night of the public hearing, is when we talk amongst ourselves, and when we talk about where we think changes should be made, where we think. So, just to be clear, the city council, we city councilors have not made.
No. This is 8:45. Yeah. Think about it.
So tonight is when we are hearing from you, and the city council we will then have our discussion. So the city council, we have not made any decisions yet. We're here, we've gone through the process, we've asked questions, we've gotten information, we've heard what the city manager proposes. We also did ask, one of the very first things that we did was we said, 12% is a big increase. We need some different scenarios. Can you give us more information about what that would mean? Because when you cut the budget, you also cut services. And so we wanted to get that information. So we got that information to help us and also to help you, and we're getting feedback from you on whether you think those cuts are reasonable. But the city council, we have not weighed in, we have not made any decisions. That's what this process is for, is because so far we've heard from the manager, we've heard from our department heads, we've asked questions. Now we're inviting you to share what you think so that we can have a fully informed discussion. So please don't think that the budget has been decided by any means. The way that this process works is exactly how this goes, and we vote on the budget on December 18th. So after we have these discussions, after we have tonight, which is our chance to hear from you, and then hopefully if we have some time to talk among each other. So this is the way the budget process rolls out, and we don't always have this many people, so it's great to have all of your input, but no decisions have been made yet. We won't be making them until after we hear from all of you.
Yes, sir.
Good evening. My name is Brendan Collins from Ward 3, Lebanon. I've lived in Lebanon for 50 years, and I can tell you without a doubt, this is the worst situation I've seen to date. And that's going back 50 years. And I can go way back to the firemen wrestling the ambulance service from Golden Cross Ambulance Service and wanting to take it in-house, and now they're understaffed, they don't have this, they don't have that. They have a $24 million fire station online right now. You know, they should just leave it alone for a while. All that aside, I went to City Hall, I always read about these wonderful things that Sean puts in the paper about we're gonna have a 4-day work week, we're gonna open up at 7 in the morning. I go down there at 7:15. The shades are pulled down. I look around, I don't see anybody, and I hear a voice. It says, "Get in line." I said, "Get in line? I'm the only guy here." It's 7:15 in the morning. I thought it was nuts. But it sort of smacked of how dismissive Lebanon management is getting towards the taxpayer. Now, a week and a half ago, I'm in my kitchen, I turn on the water spigot, and it tastes all chemicals, all chemicals. Sean always says, we're going to a digital world, a new world. Everything's going to be just fine. Everything's online. We'll text you. We'll do this. We'll do that. I did everything. I called the water, not even call the water department. I did it on the computer. Nothing. Didn't hear a word. I don't know what's in the water. I'm sure it was over-seasoned or something, but it could have been, I don't know, a terrorist, let's say. Who knows? I don't know. But I don't know, because I don't know what's going on in Lebanon these days. I see, as mentioned earlier tonight, I see votes, everyone's going, yay, yay, yay. Everyone's for everything, you know? And what happens is, you have 4 or 5 fiefdoms in this city, and Sean presents it and schmoozes it to the council, and I'm sure the council will all find people, but they go, yay, 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 and it's just not working, because it's killing the taxpayer in Lebanon. And now, I just like a couple more points I want to bring up. The Miracle Mile got repaid because you didn't use the right product. I don't know who's in charge of that, but I will tell you this. When you have a clerk of the works, they check the material before they lay it. Is no one watching the store in Lebanon? Are they just spending? I think so. It looks that way. I never heard a word why they used reused material and they wanted new material, and you got into a big confab about it. They had to redo it. Whose responsibility was that? I'd fire the guy, period. But anyway, you had a contract about 3 years ago for sewer work on Heater Road. You do 2 shovelfuls of dirt, and you say, oh, we hit ledge. Don't you do an engineering study before you do that? I mean, everything is an overrun around here. And you're killing the taxpayer. These people are lifelong levies, you know, to borrow a word. And I'm a flatlander. I'm only here 55 years. But I know how to fight, and I know that Sean has a cookbook, and he opens it up, and you mentioned it tonight, and he said that the library wouldn't be cut under his proposed budget. But there's another 3% budget that you didn't mention. But I will tell you this, maybe you could take one position off and keep the library where it is. You know, whenever you're doing budgets in the city, and it happens everywhere, I know you have a cookbook, Betty Crocker says do this, do that, and here's the deal. You always cut the softball team. You always cut the library. You always cut the, I don't know, the weenie roast, whatever. Don't do that, because that's the only reason why we're here, you know, for that stuff. We don't care what your salary is. We don't care. We want people to be involved with this city. We want people to enjoy this city, and we don't want them so strapped they have to work 2 and 3 jobs. And I tell you, it's really, and another thing is, I talked to someone from the planning board the other day, and they want to change the number on my house. And they said, we need housing in Lebanon. And I sort of questioned, I said, I don't even know what that means. I said, I go up towards the hospital, and all the houses look like they're Russian homes. They look like Russian houses. It looks like the cheapest construction possible on the face of the earth, you know. And it's just like warehousing people. There's no beauty. There's no people. You know, in Lebanon, people have a lot of pride. They take care of their house. They build dormers and sheds and lawns. And I look up there. It looks like a metal, concrete jungle, you know. And who are you helping out? The Hitchcocks, not us. We vote a couple of years ago, no police in school. We have police in school, don't we? Of course, the taxpayer doesn't count, right? But I'll tell you, I'm at the point, unless you don't increase the budget, and I'm talking about maximum of a 3% budget, and don't cut the library and don't cut these little kid programs. Cut a cop, cut a road, cut a capital improvement, cut something else. Don't rip everybody's heart out here in Lebanon. This city is so bonded now that you couldn't go to the Mascoma Bank and get a loan. And the truth of the matter is, if this was General Motors, if you were running General Motors, they'd fire everybody. They'd start again. So that's my message. But I'll tell you, I don't think you have the will or the heart to change. So I've elected to sell my house and put Lebanon in my rearview mirror. Thank you.
Thank you for giving me the chance to speak today. My name is Nancy Sansevier. I've been a resident and homeowner in Lebanon since 2018, Ward 3, 31 Hillcrest Drive. I'm here today to talk about some of the concerns I have regarding the 2025 proposed Lebanon City budget. By day, I'm an HR professional. I work remotely, and I choose to live in this town for many reasons, but mostly because I think it is a lovely place to live with genuinely kind people. As an HR professional, I lead a global HR team specializing in compensation and benefits. I currently have about $1 billion in payroll, another $50 million in variable incentives, all under my jurisdiction. I understand money, math, and dollars, and what it means when you're given a budget. Every year, my finance people ask me what I think I will spend in my next calendar year, and for the record, my effect on payroll is 3%, not CPI 3.8 plus 1 for this area. It usually is back and forth, and I can tell more often than not, I'm given less than I ask for. That healthy exchange is a tough one, and as a company, we prioritize the most pressing needs and how we address them in the following year. In addition, I'm held accountable for the money I spend and ensuring that I'm not going over a budget in year, and also ensuring that as a whole, we don't get to a place where I bring spending so high that it is unsustainable for my company. I share that example of my day job as an anecdote for the basis of my concerns I have when it comes to the budgeting in the city of Lebanon. With about 6,000 homes paying property tax, it seems like we are outspending what we can afford. The communication coming out of the city continues to be that, quote, the Lebanon residents should expect high taxes, and that this trend will continue for years ahead. While I understand that things are getting more expensive, I'm not seeing that accountability or end in sight when it comes to pulling back the reins on spending and providing a sustainable budget. Over the past 5 years, the city spending has gone up $30 million, and that includes both capital expenses and operating cost. That's a lot of money and not sustainable for me as a resident of Lebanon. The accountability of this city council is back to the residents and this community, and quite honestly, back to yourselves as residents of Lebanon. We need a more sustainable budget starting now. I would like to see spending decreased and a plan to address a flattening of the tax rate. This accountability seems doable to me. I am certainly not the smartest in the room. I can do math, and if I was to look at my house in Hanover, my property taxes would be about $5,000 less just this year and would have only increased about $600 over the past 3 years. This seems like a smart model that we should consider. What I want to be clear about, I don't believe we should never spend money or start talking about pitting city departments against each other. For example, the library or the pool. While I have opinions on where funds should go, I want to trust that as elected officials, you will make decisions that are fair, responsible, and aligned to the guidance that New Hampshire has set out when it comes for benchmarking. For example, firefighting and safe staffing. I'm asking for more accountability at the city council and city manager level when it comes to spending and not looking to the residents of this small community to continue to fund with a blank check. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening, councilors. My name is Chet Clem, president of Lime Properties based in West Lebanon. I don't live in Lebanon. I live on the wrong side of the river where things are supposed to be more expensive. 2 questions for the council. Earlier, there was a resolution to allocate another $100,000 in additional legal fees. There was talk about the city's wins, and I'm here to talk about the city's loss. How many taxpayer dollars has the City of Lebanon administration spent fighting against River Park in 2024? A project that the voters endorsed resoundingly and that would contribute to the tax base and help fund improvements in West Lev. Some of us evil developers are actually trying to be part of the solution after being called the problem by the planning department over and over. I know how much it has cost us to fight to protect our family business, to protect my father's legacy and project from these frivolous attempts to delay and discredit us. How many full-time firefighters worth of legal expenses did the Mulholland administration spend on foolhardy attempts to revoke our permits, only to have 2 New Hampshire Superior Court judges overrule the planning staff and planning board in issuing a preliminary injunction and temporary restraining order against the city of Lebanon last week? And to what possible end? I still do not understand why or what the possible motive is behind City Hall's actions. But we're going to find out. Even though the city has been sitting on our New Hampshire RSA 91A right to know request for 174 days, not turning over files as legally required and as promised to our attorney in the course of litigation. Question 2, was the city council even aware of these efforts and expenditures? Did the city manager apprise the council that they were paying 2 city attorneys by the hour to fight against River Park this year? Or was this administration operating under sea level? Keeping this out of the eyes of the council. This council that just last year voted in support of the project to make our roads qualify for potential federal funding, to overturn past decisions of past planning staffs and councils against a project that would contribute to the tax base of West Lebanon and generate new tax revenue to pay for some of these improvements that are in this budget and last year's budget and the previous budget and the 10-year capital improvement project budget. Was the council aware that Lime Properties and XYZ Dairy spent April and May successfully appealing the planning department's actions to revoke our building permit to the Lebanon Building Code Board of Appeals? And a 4-1 vote that could have allowed us to proceed this year and put it to rest? Was the council aware that after the planning staff had their decision reversed, the staff elected to, in effect, sue itself, sue the city in June and appeal its own appeal board to the State Building Code Board of Appeals? When they told you that they won that, did they also tell you that the Attorney General's office directed us to file a municipal estoppel claim, given the unfairness of those actions from the planning staff? Was the council aware that the city was paying to defend itself against a municipal estoppel claim in New Hampshire Superior Court, and that the staff rejected numerous attempts to resolve the matter and instead spent 3 days of evidentiary hearings defending their failed decisions? Was the council aware that the staff and the planning board, after 4 hearings for a requested extension to make up for the delays we've suffered the past 2 years, wrote a decision that wasn't even read aloud or provided to the applicant in the public hearing in a 5-0 vote that was a death sentence for River Park, a decision that was subsequently overturned by the New Hampshire Superior Court? On a night where the council is faced with a lot of tough questions about spending and tax increases, is the council comfortable with how its administration is treating taxpayers? I think it's an important delineation between the administration and the council. You guys are being put into an impossible position. I wouldn't want to be in your seat this evening any more than I really want to be here missing my kids' bedtime tonight. Is this administration that put you in this position the administration to get you out of it? I think that most people in Lebanon would prefer that the council allocate money to after-school programs, the pool, other pro-social programs, rather than spending 6 figures fighting one of its own taxpayers trying to build a beautiful project that would increase the tax base. And I'm leaving a copy of the decisive omnibus order in our favor for each member of the council.
Yes, ma'am.
Joan Townsend, Ward 2. I just really want, if, first of all, the next meeting, I hope we have a better space for everybody, so they're not standing out there or standing up. Whether it's next door at the high school or something, because it's, when they say, when someone sat down earlier and said, we feel like we're being dismissed, it does feel that way tonight. That we've all been crowded, standing out there, having to listen to echoes. It's not feel like we're being listened to tonight. With that being said, I know we all struggled through, and I hate to say the word COVID, but when we all didn't work for a while, and then I read in the Valley News, the city manager had asked for our houses to be appraised 2 years earlier than it was supposed to be, and I did call you on that and asked why you did it. Because we were all trying to recover from not working, and you said the city needed it. We needed to raise our taxes, have our homes appraised 2 years earlier before it needed to be done. I was like, okay, that'll be good, we'll catch up. And then we get another, if this goes at this rate, I can't stay either. I live in a beautiful place in Lebanon. I work hard, we all work hard to keep our property maintained, we farm it. It costs money to keep things, I have to have a tractor, there's a lot going on to make it pretty. I would really like for you guys to postpone your vote. Just listening to what he said, you don't have all the facts. We need to get the facts. You guys work hard. I don't know if things are being withheld from you or you're just being told things are a certain way, but they're really a different way. I'm really concerned for Lebanon. We need our rec department. You look at how much money they bring in just with the food truck festival. All the people gather in the park, the Lions Club with the beer brew. Everybody comes out in Lebanon to participate and be with Lebanon residents. I don't know what the answer is here, but I can't afford to be at $25,000 in 4 years. I can't. I don't make $100,000 a year. I wish I did. And the other thing is we keep talking about Dartmouth-Hitchcock, and yet we're allowing them to buy more and more properties in Lebanon. They're not paying a property tax. So let's start charging them a consumable tax. They're consuming our roads, they're consuming our fire department, they're consuming our police department. Same with the bus, the free transportation. I know we all look like bad people if we say, let them pay $1 a day to run it. I'm sure that's expensive to run those expensive buses, but to have it be free, great, we offered it for the first, how many years we've had it, we can't do it anymore. I need you guys to change the formula. Sell the property. We should not, City of Lebanon should not own property they're not going to do something for the people with, or have it for the fire department or the police department. Sell it, put it back on the tax map. That's all I'm asking, change the formula. Just please, before you vote, just hold it off or whatever you need to do, but we cannot keep going the rate we're going. That's all. So I'm pleading with you, and I'm hoping next time there's a better space for us all to be able to talk.
So just a point of clarification, the budget has to be passed by the end of the year, or the default budget goes into effect?
But you approve that, but see, here's
Wait, please.
Okay, sorry.
If we don't act on a budget, whatever that budget is, less than it is now, whatever it is, the budget proposed by the city manager automatically goes into effect, right? So we have to vote on it by the end of the year.
Then I would vote no.
Well, then his default budget then goes into
John,
effect.
I just want to say, I'm sure, I would not want your job, but since you've been in here, I don't understand how you can ask the taxpayers to keep coming forward and asking more and more out of us. And I know it's tough, but just like with the lawyer fees and stuff, at some point, if that's going to help the city of Lebanon taxpayers, do it for the taxpayer. We can't keep providing for everybody in the region. Let's take care of our own and then take on something else as we go. I understand, I want to help a lot of people too, but we've got to help the people that are living here and make us sustainable before we can keep giving more, and then we're becoming less. That's all.
So I agree with you. I've said that for the last 3 years. I projected what was going to happen with the budget for the last 3 years. If you look back at those presentations that I made, and those 50% increases are simply unsustainable. Anywhere you go, any community, you cannot sustain those kind of increases. On top of what we have, whatever the school district comes up with, the county's increasing, and we don't know what's going to happen with the statewide education property tax, but it is simply nuts. And I've said that in the public. I know there was only a couple people in the workshops in here, but I have said that is not sustainable. People cannot do that. People who are, especially starting out young, they're living paycheck to paycheck.
Yeah.
And people in the fixed incomes, they're in the same spot at those, and then people in between are also being squeezed. So you cannot continue to do this. And I've said that time and time again. And some folks have said that something needs to change, and it absolutely does. So the question is, I don't think the council's gonna pass an 11.9% budget, because it is unsustainable year after year. So the reason why I do that, if you look at how the budget process works, and if you look at our city charter, I get the budget from the department heads, and I submit that I look at those strategic objectives, and somebody talked about some of those tonight, to achieve those. Those are approved by the council in April or May. We have workshops in April and they're approved in May. That's what this budget represents. This budget represents providing the same exact level of services that you had before, with the addition of one firefighter. Other than that, there are no new positions in there. That budget, and I said this several different times, is simply unsustainable. That the residents here or any other place cannot continue to do that. So the question is, what are we going to do? And that is, like Councilor Hill talked about, when we had that after the public hearing, what are we going to break it down to? What cuts are going to be made? How do we minimize the impact on the services to people? That is our job, is to provide those services and minimize those impacts, so that pain is as low as possible on the folks who live here. That is the objective. There's been a lot of talk about other communities, and we're making them pay for that cost. The community nurse, those towns that have that, they actually pay that cost. The Lebanon taxpayer does not pay that cost. And in fact, the community nurse is funded by DH. It's not funded by the city. So a lot of folks don't know that.
So but even like the same with Mr. Clem getting up and speaking, were you aware of all that was going on, that things got passed, and yet we're still fighting something that people passed?
No, we're not fighting something that people passed. We're talking about a building permit that expired. So it's a little bit different. I'm not going to get into this legal debate. It's not the place to do that. There's a little bit, he's got his version of the story that he provided to you. We have a different one.
I just would like you all to look at all the free services that we're providing, and maybe they shouldn't be free anymore. And when you ask for a 3% increase, maybe it's a 1%. I don't know. There's got to be a smaller scale here somewhere where we're not getting rid of the rec department and things, the pool that people like to go to. I don't mean the rec department, I mean positions in the rec department. People want to gather in Lebanon, and I know it's a hard job, but there are, what other people brought up tonight, to propose even 11.5 or 12% increase was absurd in the first place, and I don't feel like that should have even been brought to the table. That's all.
I made a comment about the reval too. The requirement on the reval is we have to be within a certain range. That's required by the Department of Revenue Administration. When we go outside that range, and we're well outside of it right now, 73%, but even between 90 and 110. So we're valuing the properties in the city at 73% of what the market actually says they pay for. So that's why we're doing the revaluation. Okay, well anyway, the point is, that's exactly, that is the number, we're at 73%. So we have to do another reval. Normally it's a 5-year cycle, but with the changes in the market that we have, it's increased that significantly.
So when that happens, when all this craziness goes back down,
Yes.
housing market draw back down,
Yes.
my property tax is gonna go back down, I don't see that.
The evaluation of your property will change, because once it goes over 110% of the value of that, we have to reevaluate again.
And just a real important point, this is all prescribed to us by the state of New Hampshire. We don't actually control any of this, we are obligated to do it. It's not fun, but it's also just completely out of our control. And it's because of the system that the state has essentially set up. We don't have income taxes, we don't have sales taxes. All we really have are property taxes, and that doesn't get redistributed. Like it's a system that does not is not, it creates situations like the one we're in today. And unfortunately, we don't control any of that. We have the same sources of revenue as anyone else. And it's worse when, the state doesn't always cover its fair share, and pushes those costs down to us. We had certain discussions around this, a couple weeks ago, last meeting, where there are certain state revenue items that should be distributed back, or historically have been distributed back to the cities and towns of the state of New Hampshire, that those numbers have not been keeping in line, let's say. So,
Winsley, I actually, I'm sorry to interrupt you, please, but I actually have a little thing here that I was going to share on that very line with actual numbers and where it all comes from.
Use the mic, please.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'll get there. I always fight with this mic because I'm not comfortable with it. But one of the things that is frustrating for us as city councilors is that we are often, I guess the best way to describe it is between a rock and a hard place. I mean, all of us, the 9 of us who sit here, we're all taxpayers. I'm a taxpayer who was retired for 8 years and now has gone back to work. You can read between the lines and what that means. But I think the important point that Councilor Wittersley was trying to make, and I want to emphasize, and I have to put my reading glasses on so I can know what I'm saying, that for years, maybe even decades, the folks in Concord who run the state legislature have been downshifting costs to the cities and the towns again and again and again. And some really hard concrete examples of that, which is, here's one of those rocks that I'm talking about, is that, for instance, bear with me for a minute. Originally, the state said that we're going to have a meals and rooms tax. And it was a really good idea. They passed it, and they said if the municipalities agreed to collect that meals and rooms tax, they'd get all the money. Guess how much we get?
0.
Okay.
Every community has that health.
Well, I understand that, but we actually get about 21% actually back. But the point is, it was supposed to be 100%. Now it's 21. And where's that money that we're not getting? Where do we make it up? That's one example. A second example, and the business profit tax, okay? Again, the promise was that if the municipalities collected this tax, it'd be returned to the local municipalities. Well, in fact, none of that comes back to the states now. None of it. To cities or towns. Highway block grants, that's another thing. I know this is sort of in the weeds, but I think it's really important that folks can see.
If you were supposed to get that money back, when did it change that you aren't getting it back?
When the legislature voted to do so.
So why don't you just withhold it?
Well, it's been this didn't happen in 1 year or 2 years, or it happened over year after year after year. So, as an example for the highway block grants, about 30% of local roads and highways are in poor condition. And the state funding plan, we joke about it, right? It's supposed to be a 10-year plan. Mr. Manager, what is it, about a 30-year plan now?
The 10-year plan ends up being 30 years.
30 years. Why? Well, as an example, Lebanon has to pay an increasing share of the costs for bridges and road work, more than we ever had to before. And where does that money come from? Because the state shifted it down to the cities and towns. Taxpayers, myself and all of you, have to do that. They've done some other things with Medicare and Medicaid that they were supposed to share the cost for that. They don't do it anymore. It's falling again back on cities and towns. On the retirement system. The retirement system was adopted in 1967, and the promise was that if all the communities consolidated their local pensions into a form of one single retirement system, In return for this, the state enacted a statute that promised to make funding contributions, thereby mitigating the costs. Well, how much do you suppose they actually make towards those retirements now?
They probably were planning on you getting 100,000 by working overtime your last 3 years.
They certainly, they're not paying anything particularly. We did pass a bill last session to try and increase the amount that the cities and towns would get back. I don't, did it?
7%.
Yeah, 7% instead of all of it.
35%.
Instead of 30, instead of the 35% promised. So all these things that are going on, these rocks that we're facing, all communities are facing them, but I just want, I felt it was incumbent upon me as I'm one of your state representatives, and I can tell you that I vote against these things all the time, but I'm in the minority, as, you know, in terms of trying to get these things taken care of in a better way. But there is a direct connection between what happens down there and what happens to your local property tax. And the only way to make it up is the property tax.
Well, Hanover is a really nice community. They are in the same state. They have the same, I'm sure, of these challenges. They are not getting 12 and 15%.
Well, I'm not arguing that point with you. What I'm trying to share with you is just another.
There's some other driver for why our taxes are going up.
There's
Beyond
many.
what you're saying.
My point is that there are many. Anyways, I just felt that this was an important aspect to the question that I wanted to share with you all, because it's very frustrating.
Mr.
Do you have
Streeter?
other representatives from this area down in Concord?
I am.
Others?
Oh, excuse me.
You have other representatives?
Yes.
Then why aren't you screaming your head off down there?
We are.
Don't tell me.
I assure you, we are.
Yeah. Well,
So-
it isn't doing much good.
Apparently not.
Mr. Streeter, you have the mic. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry to interrupt, folks, but I just, it's frustrating for us too to sit here and we are experiencing the pain that you're experiencing on a personal level. We're experiencing the pain that you're feeling from the council, as a counselor. And we just, I felt like I had to say a little bit about one aspect of the problem. Thank you.
Let's go on with testimony. Mr. Streeter?
Thank you. I've been a resident of Lebanon for 50 years now. I built a house in Lebanon, my second home here, and I built that for my retirement home. I thought I'd planned with retirement programs and everything else, but I find with the taxes going up and up and up, I'm at a position in my life where I can't go back to work, so I am on a total fixed income. My wife and I sit down and talked about it many times. We raised 2 sons here in Lebanon, and we're thinking about moving away because we just can't afford it anymore. We live just outside of town on Fire Road. We don't have any water service from the town. We don't have any sewer service from the town. There isn't even a damn hydrant anywhere near our house. And yet our taxes still keep going up and up and up. There's a lot of people in this room that are retired people that aren't getting increases in their income. In fact, with all the increases that they're getting on just living and medicines and everything else, it's becoming really a hardship for the retired people in this town. And you're gonna see a lot of them moving away. And I can see what's gonna happen, but, you know, our kids went to school in our schools here, and they were all good enough, but it seems though nothing's good enough in this town anymore. Everything is changing, and it's always getting more expensive. And I think they really, you know, my home budget changes because my money stays the same, and my increased costs just don't have it. Where does it come from? And, you know, the town's got to start thinking about, hey, how can we start cutting some of these expenses the frivolous expenses that government has spent over the years needs to be cut back on. And I think that should be the job that you guys should be looking at.
Thank you, Alan. For the recording secretary, Alan Streeter, Far Road. Who's next, folks?
Hey, Shrenik Jane from Ward 3. So, Councilors Sykes and Whittlesey, I really do appreciate you laying out a lot of the different constraints and the advocacy you're doing for us in Concord. I do have one question. I just wanted to ask it directly and hear from you all just a straightforward answer, or as straightforward as you can, which is, so, we deal with these constraints in New Hampshire, and I get that the town doesn't really have many options other than property taxes. But just in your own simple words, why do we pay more than Hanover?
Oh, I'm happy to
I'm coming from a point of curiosity, like I actually
yeah.
want like an answer to the question.
So Lebanon is what's called a micropolitan area. So we are part of, it's when you're too rural to be urban, but you're too urban to be rural. So Lebanon is the center, together with Hartford and Hanover, but it's mostly Lebanon and Hartford. And we form sort of the capital for a region, if you draw 100-mile diameter around us. So we're kind of the center for this whole region that's Vermont and New Hampshire. So we have, in Lebanon in particular, we have all the shopping. You can think about West Lebanon. We also have more jobs. There are more jobs in the city of Lebanon than there are people. So we are a place where there are about 15,000 people who live in Lebanon, but during the day, there are at least twice as many, if not more, because we're the employment center, we're the shopping center, we're the place where everyone is. So Hanover doesn't have as many jobs, it doesn't have the same kind of economic activity that we have. So what happens is we have, someone pointed out, 6,000 taxpayers, because in the state of New Hampshire, we only are allowed to use property taxes to pay for our municipal services, for our fire and our police. We end up having to serve a much larger population than what is typical for a city of 15,000 in New Hampshire. But that's because we don't have a choice. We can't not respond to a traffic accident because it's not a Lebanon resident. If people are in our city during the day, we're responsible for them. So we have to provide them with emergency medical services. They drive on our roads. So we carry a burden. The Lebanon taxpayers in particular carry a really heavy burden because our daytime population is much larger than the population of people who live here. So we have a bigger police department, a bigger fire department than what you might expect for a city of 15,000, but it's because we have to serve a much larger population. So Hanover doesn't have that same exact dynamic. So that's a big part of why there are major differences between Hanover and Lebanon. You can also look at all of our departments and stuff. It's just a very different, it's apples and oranges, but that big one, that we have to serve such a larger population than the people who live here, that's the fundamental, that's the systemic problem in New Hampshire, that these property taxes fall particularly hard on the people of Lebanon. It's just, property taxes are not fair. They are the most regressive form of taxation, and we feel that in Lebanon. Hanover's taxes are also lower because their property values are higher. So when you have higher property values, your taxes don't have to be as high to generate the same amount of revenue. So that's another significant component.
Councilor,
That's just math. That's just math.
I know how to
That's
do
not an
math,
opinion.
too.
Yeah,
I
but
really-
you asked a question, so that's.
And I really appreciate the additional context. I think that was a lot of helpful facts about our area, and I, like everyone here, think Lebanon is a very special place. Respectfully, I don't think you really answered the question. I think you could look at Hanover and you could say Dartmouth manages billions of dollars. People travel to and from there, and basically what I heard was, it's unfortunate, but there's nothing you can do about it. And that's just the way the cookie crumbles, so to say. And I I guess I respect if that's the position you've come to, but as a taxpayer, as a voter, petitions have been mentioned, and I'm sorry, I just can't accept this. It's not that, there are far more things than just police and fire in this budget. So thank you for answering my questions, but I can't say I'm really satisfied with how this is being handled.
Before you go, I just want to talk about the debt, because we're talking about the debt load in there. The city has a debt load which is uncommon to any other than Manchester and Portsmouth.
Mike.
Sorry, I'll pull a little bit closer. So the city has a higher debt load than other communities, even larger communities than we are. And the reason for that is the CSO, if you're familiar with that combined sewer overflow. In other words, we had sewers that had stormwater and raw sewer in them. Those were against the law in the 1970s. The federal government provided 90% of the funds and the state another 5% to separate those. The city of Lebanon, back in those days, chose not to take advantage of those funds. Other cities did. So eventually, EPA got around to us and they ordered us, administrative order, similar to a court order, that you will separate this. You will give us a plan of how you're going to follow this administrative order. That cost the city $71 million and all the interest that goes along with that. We finished the last CSO project, there were 13 of them, 2 years ago. So now we're going to be paying for that for the next 18 years. It's been spread out over that period of time, $71 million plus the interest. That is a load on our back that other communities do not have. Hanover does not have that. None of the communities around us have that, because with the decisions that were made, whenever they were made back in those days, not to accept those federal and state funds to do that, that is a huge load. We pay $10 million in debt service every year of that budget to offset that, to pay for that debt that we had to incur from doing that because of the decisions that were made in the past. And where all of us are living with that now. That impinges our ability to do all the other things in the backlog of capital projects that you hear about. There was no funds to be able to do those. And that's when tax rate increases occurred at the beginning and significant increases in water and sewer rates to pay for that. So we still live with that, those decisions that were made back then. And we have another 18 years left to pay all that off. So that really is a big part of the budget, because obviously you're interested in the numbers.
That's the sewer lines for the people who have city water, but what about everybody who has their own septic system? They're paying those taxes too, right?
They are, because when you do a CSO project, you have to tear up the road. So the general fund, the property taxpayers pay for the road portion of that. The water payers pay for that portion of the project, and the sewer users pay for their portion of the project with the sewer lines. So it's split up as a percentage how it's split up. So that is across all three funds how that's being paid for. So you as a taxpayer, you may not have city sewer water, you're still paying for that.
A portion of it.
Right.
Thank you for that example. I mean, I think it is a good example of sometimes our hands are tied by some choices that are made in the past, but I will just end by saying that Lebanon has a lot of really unique things and really special things going for it. A couple other folks previously have mentioned the hospital. Dartmouth should pay more. And, you know, I'm not really tied to the complexities of all of that, but I'm still not really sure how all the special advantages of the city, all the ways we support the region and the economy and we subsidize all these other things seem to just really be translating to higher property taxes and not really a discernible benefit for us. So, but I do appreciate the example you gave. I understand that that's it's a real thing. But more broadly, it feels like we are reaching for property taxes, and that's just, well, we're told it's inevitable. And I don't like that. I'm going to do whatever I can about that, which apparently isn't that much.
Let me just boil it down on the issue of DH and Alice Peck Day.
Ask about pilots.
Yeah, so they're considered charitable organizations under New Hampshire state law. Yeah, obviously they make billions of dollars, but they consider, under New Hampshire state law, they're considered charitable organizations. They're entitled to the exemption. So we went to court, the city, before I got here, went to court to make DH pay its fair share, or try to do that.
Right, so it's a negotiation.
It has to be because of the way the law is written.
Right.
So we have a pilot agreement. That pilot agreement, I think, is $1.9 million. If they paid property tax, it'd be $23 million. So think about what that would do to the tax rate and pushing it
So
down.
why can't this group make it 8 or 10?
We don't have the authority to do that. In fact, we really can't even make them actually pay the pilot agreement. Out of the goodness of their heart, they choose to do that because the courts have already ruled on that, and that's not in our favor. In addition to that, they provide the funds for the community paramedicine program and the community nurses.
We've been negotiating for better and better
Yeah.
pilots over the years, but we don't have very much leverage.
We have no leverage.
Yeah, and that's an important point. So the New London actually just went through this. This is why there's a precedent-setting case. So New London assessed New London Hospital, or I think it was one of the clinics, as not tax exempt, and basically assessed property taxes. New London Hospital, as owner of the clinic, took the town to court and won. So under that, they have no obligation to pay anything. So there's no legal teeth behind it. So
That's why it was important for us to get those agreements in place within those 20-year agreements before that court case came out, because otherwise they'd be paying zero. So you're talking $888 million worth of property value, a huge amount of money that they had to pay property taxes. We would have a significant reduction in our property taxes here. But because they are here, that's where we are stuck with.
But they pay a water bill, right?
Yes, they do. Water, sewer,
Higher water, sewer.
and there's also a special assessment district up there. So for example, the roundabout that just went in, they pay the largest proportion of that because they are the largest user of that. So whenever we do an infrastructure project up there, those costs are assessed based on usage, and their usage is typically the highest. As far as water, sewer, municipal solid waste, the landfill, they pay the same rates as everybody else.
Pay more.
So that's
Where
why
else
we
would you
use
get it
this,
from?
we use the special assessment tool, because we can't make them pay taxes, but we can make them pay a special assessment. And that's why they're paying for that roundabout. So we use the law, as it was to our advantage, to make them pay for the services that they're the ones creating the impact on the intersection. So why should the general taxpayer pay for that? They should pay for that. And that's why we created the special assessment district, to make them do that.
Can you charge them more for fire and police?
You can't. So what we do charge, it was talk about us, police officers being at the hospital, they do pay the detail rate, so they do pay for the cost of that, when those officers are signed up there. That was brought up earlier.
We're also not allowed to charge different property tax rates for different properties. So sometimes people have asked us, why don't we charge commercial properties more than residential properties? Because that is frustrating that our residential properties are increasing in value higher than the commercial properties, but we're not allowed to, we have to have a uniform, it's this constitutional requirement in New Hampshire, is that we have to have a uniform property tax rate across all properties. So in case that was something that was in your mind as well.
And that is not the case in every state.
And just one other note, because you asked about Hanover. I tried my best to control for valuation changes in the assessings, because like most cities and towns have had valuation changes over the past 5 years. So from kind of trying my best to control for that, from 2020 to 2024, their tax rates increased 24.2%, and Lebanon's increased about 19%. So their tax, I pulled Hanover, Lebanon, Londonderry, Meredith, Milford, Wolfboro, because it's similar like tax bases based off of the state of New Hampshire website. And we were actually the lowest. So it's, I think.
Real value.
For actual, effective tax rate, so amount of, let's say, tax revenue assessed from property taxes, it's not perfect. It's just kind of the closest I can come up with using Google, and using like what the state of New Hampshire provides through the Department of Revenue. But none of that's going to be comforting, I'm sure. But again, as we look to benchmarking, Lebanon is not alone. It's not going to make it easier for anyone. I'm not saying it's to make it easier. I'm just saying that the city has tried its very best over the years to minimize and mitigate the rate increases, and we're still working on that now, and that's part of why we're having this meeting ahead of the regular meeting as well.
Well, I appreciate that you did some research on that. I guess my last question would just be, so I'm just hearing that, we're a small town in a world that's going through a lot of tough things, and we're kind of all going to have to bear part of it together. But I guess my question would be like, so what is the choice in front of us? Because I heard some folks ask about the budgeting process earlier, and it sounds like we have a proposed budget that hasn't been approved yet.
Correct.
And that's the responsibility of the city manager, right, to propose that. But if we don't approve that budget, automatically a different budget from the city manager?
The way the charter reads is that if the council does not act by the end of the year, and since 1957, the city council has never failed to act on the budget.
But it doesn't matter, because if they don't act on it, the same budget will just go into effect.
When we act on it, we
Right.
can do something different.
Right.
We don't have to approve the city manager's.
Right, correct.
And you asked what our options are. That's why we, the city council, asked the manager to give us, so his proposed budget was 12% increase. We asked him to give us a 7% increase and an option that was also a 3.8% increase in line with CPI. That was a suggestion that was made. So what we have before us are alternate proposals.
If the vote was tomorrow, which one would you vote for?
Well, we haven't had a chance, the city council hasn't had a chance to talk about it yet amongst ourselves. So I'm not sure right now.
You spent a lot more time with it than any of us have, but I
But
understand it's a deliberative process.
This is a deliberative
The
process.
impacts are. If you don't know what the impacts are, then it's very difficult to make a decision and say, this is the one that I want. I'd like to know what's the effect of that.
Thank you for answering my question.
Thank you. Who's next? Yes, sir.
Good evening, councilors. I'm Dan Billen. I live in Ward 2. Some of you know me from the many years I spent as a reporter for the Valley News. And tonight is a reminder, one of the first things I learned as a beginning reporter, which is that the job you do and the volunteer work that you do for our city is a thankless one. So I just want to acknowledge that. Over the years, I've observed that many, many years that some of you have devoted to our city. And I want to say thank you for that, for your service. And I want to make two what I hope will be helpful suggestions. One is about revaluation. While commercial and residential property have to have the same tax rate, the method of assessment for them is different. And in past revaluations, the city has made choices about how they would assess and assume the profitability of commercial property in a way that resulted in a significant shift from commercial property to residential property in the overall tax burden in Lebanon. And that's one of the reasons that we're in the kind of dire situation that we are now. The other suggestion I want to make is what I think may be a fairly significant but relatively painless cut that you can make to the budget, and that is to cancel the 2 roundabout projects on Mechanic. That total cost of about $9 million, about 2.4 of that will come from the Lebanon taxpayers, from property taxes. More will come from Lebanon taxpayers through state and federal taxes as well. But I've lived between those 2 sites for the roundabouts for 37 years and have driven through those 2 intersections on a daily basis for that time. And I've never seen any problem there in either site that needed a $9 million fix for it. I think that's a project that we don't need, certainly not at that price, and that we can afford to forego. So those are my suggestions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Billen. Councilors, we're going to need a motion to extend here. I'd like to suggest we have a motion to extend to 11. Can someone make that motion? You make a motion to extend to 11?
Yeah, Councilor Sykes makes a motion to extend the city council meeting to 11 PM.
Do I have a second? Councilor Whittlesey seconds. We will take a voice vote on this. Councilor Whittlesey?
Aye.
Councilor Sykes?
Yes.
Councilor Zook?
Yes.
Councilor Simon?
Yes.
Sister Mayor Bealow?
Yes.
Councilor Hill?
Yes.
Councilor Heisted?
Aye.
Councilor Wilkie?
Yes.
I vote yes as well. We are effectively extended to 11. Who's next? Yes, right. And folks who are online, we will get to you. I want to get all the comments from the folks who are in the room first, then we'll go to the online audience.
Hello, folks. Fran Cassell, Ward 2. Nice to see you. I think it was 6 months the last time we sat here together. 6 months ago, the bus left the station, but that's okay. I assume that since we have to approve the budget, a budget, that in fact the bus has left the station, right? Because whatever you do, did you hear anything here tonight that is going to reduce our need or your projected need for an 11% tax hike?
Yes, potentially.
Okay, would it be 10% reduction?
We're going to have a very active discussion on the 18th. We've got a couple of options that have been presented to us at 3.8 and 7%. We may arrive on something else.
Those are all public? Can we see those?
Oh, yeah.
Can we see those
Yes.
proposed budget?
They're on the
They're
website.
online.
They're on the website.
They're on the
They're on,
website.
all three of them are on the website?
With the cuts, with the proposed cuts that would be needed by department to get down to those levels.
If you
Okay,
go to
good.
the Lebanon City website, I do this a lot, just, there's a search bar, just search 2025 budget. There's a whole section on the Lebanon City website just for the budget and all of this information.
Right.
Okay, good. There was talk tonight about Lebanon being like a sanctuary catch basin for sociological and humanitarian needs and in the region, okay? And I have a suggestion, because we are blessed with Representative Sykes and soon-to-be Executive Counselor Hill. So perhaps you could lobby for the state to implement that if a city, not just a city, but every city must participate in those needs. So that would relieve, I think it's just under $2 million that we spend on those kinds of needs, those humanitarian needs every year. Is that roughly correct, Sean?
Hold on a second, I'll pull up the actual, just give me a
You
second.
know, I don't see how if somebody, for example, if somebody is homeless and goes to the Hanover Town Hall, what happens?
By statute or
In reality, what happens? They go to Lebanon. So then we are handling those needs. Okay? So that's just a suggestion. That's a small piece. It's not a big piece, but it's a piece. And we have to look at these pieces. And today, I was looking, and I apologize. I should have been here for these hearings, these workshops, because I think you all needed a little bit of extra help, and I would have been happy to do it, and I wish I had. So it's my fault, and we're here, and we're in this big mess together. So we're all looking down the barrel of the gun, all of us, because you're all property owners. So I saw something on our income side that said under, I love this word, miscellaneous services. And it was $23 million in '24. And it's projected to be in '25, $3.5 million. So there's a $19.5 million deficit. So what is miscellaneous services?
So let me go to the first one first. The first question is human services, $968,090.
Okay, so it's $1 million, roughly. Okay.
So that's the first
Peanuts,
question.
million.
The second question is, we propose a child care facility that's paid for by donations and grants only.
Right,
So you have to, on both sides of the budget, you have to show the expenditure and the anticipated revenues.
right.
So that project isn't going forward because we don't have the revenues for that yet. We have some of the revenues, but not all of it.
Okay.
So this year, we don't have that similar project. We don't normally have a project that brings in donations and that amount of grant money. So
Okay.
that's why you see, it's not a deficit, it's just we don't have that large project in the 2025 proposed budget. It was in the '24 budget.
Okay.
It's not a reduction, it's that we don't have a project to pay for that.
It's a function of how government accounting works. So like bonds, when we go out to bond.
Correct.
Under government accounting, that's revenue.
Correct. So
Right.
so part of this is a bond, a
Some, I
series of
mean,
a bond.
No, that is not.
Donation's not.
That was donations to the project. So,
We had 23.
no, hold on a second.
No,
We had budgeted for that.
Okay,
And when we discussed this with the council said, we're not gonna use taxpayer dollars to pay for this.
okay.
Proper taxpayer dollars are not gonna do that, 'cause it's not a primary city function. So what we said was, there are grant opportunities, we're gonna try to take advantage of those grant opportunities and donations to pay for that. I did a similar facility in the community I worked in before.
Okay.
And the property taxpayers did not pay for that. It was paid for by those federal grants, there's a taxpayer dollars, but they're not property taxpayer dollars, and it was paid for by donations. So it's the same, but we have to show on both sides of our accounting books, the money that would come in to pay for it as well as the expenditure.
Okay, great, good, that explains it. So we have, is the proposed budget $93 million? Is that the proposed 25 budget?
Yes, with all of the funds.
Okay, and then annually from there, we're going to add 12% to that budget.
Well, the 93 million is all of our, so it's the enterprise funds and the general fund. That's why you've got to, in terms of property taxes, you need to squeeze that down to what's actually funded by property taxes under the general fund.
Okay, so like if I'm correct, 24, we collected $28.5 million roughly in property taxes. And then we're going to be 32.5 projected in 25.
I think that's.
That's about right, I don't have it in front of me.
And is it my understanding then, we are being asked as taxpayers to do a 12% increase for 5 years?
It's different numbers in those, it's 12 and then 11 or 13, whatever.
5% for 5 years.
Yes, so that's what the projection, that's the projection. If nothing changed and we kept doing what we're doing with a number of factors, that being that the tax base is not growing at a certain rate.
Yeah.
And you're right, it's not right now, it's actually negative this year because Alice Peg Day was on the tax rolls and came off.
But it's important, the tax base actually is growing. That's why we're gonna have to do a revaluation again. The tax base is growing in Lebanon.
No, hold on a second, we're talking about new inventory. Right.
New inventory.
That's what matters. The fact that your property went up by 500,000 doesn't do you any good at all, right? We need new inventory to offset those taxes. And because of Alice Peg Day came off of that roll, they were on it. And they paid those taxes for those 2 years until we get a pilot agreement with them. And just in time before the court decision. So that shows that a net reduction in inventory, the tax base shrunk. But it grows 0.5% per year on average.
Okay. So if you bought my house today, would that be considered new inventory? I'd be happy to sell it to you. So, all right, I got you. So that equals $17 million roughly. If it goes according to production, you're going to pick up $17 million is roughly what, because if 5 years at 12% on $28.5 million should equal $17 million in additional property tax revenue.
Yeah, obviously I'm not doing
Okay,
that, but. yeah.
so, all right, so it doesn't work, right? I mean, it doesn't work,
It does
okay?
not. I agree.
I'm not destitute, I'm not poor, but I'm not that wealthy, and I gotta go, all right? Because it isn't gonna work. You got a 2,100 square foot house with no water, no sewer, literally no help from the city on some issues that I've had on my road. And we are gonna pay $25,000 to $28,000 a year in taxes. So here's what happens. So now it's not gonna happen immediately, but maybe it will. So a few people tonight have said, I'm gonna sell my house and leaving, right? Well, they better do it fast, because when the word gets out, what's gonna have to happen in order to sell your house, you're gonna have to shrink the asking price, see? So this proposal is eating away at your taxpayer equity, your money, okay? And because the only way the prospective buyers are gonna be able to buy the house and pay the taxes is to have a lower purchase price. So we lose money, we lose it again. We've been paying it faithfully I have for 20 years, and I think there's going to be an awful lot of people in the city of Lebanon that aren't going to be able to do that. They're just not going to be able to, afford to pay those taxes. And then if they go to sell it, they're not going to be able to. They're going to lose a lot. You're eating away at their life savings, basically. That's what your house is. So I don't think there's other communities, and I don't think we can solve the tax problem in New Hampshire. I've heard a lot of people talk, they want a sales tax, they want an income tax, because we don't get this. We're not gonna solve our problem here tonight with that, or by the end of this year before we have to approve this budget. But you are going to have to pay attention, and I honestly, I know you're gonna budget, and budgets are not, they're budgets, right? They're a guesstimate of everything you're going to do. So, it is okay, council, it is okay when you are buying goods and services from people to negotiate the price that they're asking. You don't have to pay the asking price on everything. Negotiate it. And if you have an opportunity to collect money from somebody that wants some property given up or something of that nature, it's okay to ask for a fee to do that. It's okay. Everything is negotiable in life. And I don't think we do enough of that. So what dollar value does that have? I don't know. But I just suspect, I was here in June and I heard a contractor make a presentation about the soil sample at the new fire station and his concern about the footings for this and how they wanted to appropriate $1 million. I got to tell you, I'm 71 years of age. I'm not sure I made $1 million yet, but that thing got approved here so fast it made my head spin. I almost fell over backwards. So the station's been there for 50 years, 70 years. And okay, so the question was never asked by anybody here, those looking at their computer or anybody else, is that what if you determine we don't need to re-engineer those footings? So will the money be spent? And probably the answer is yes. The money's gone. You approved it, it's gonna go. So we have to, that's the kind of thing I think that I've heard all night long from people that we're not, the little things add up. You don't step over a penny to pick, a dollar to pick up a penny. And we seem to do a lot of that. So I negotiate for my living. Everything I do every day is negotiated, every single day. If you want my help, I'll come down for free and I'll help you negotiate. You got a big project you want to buy, I'll come down and I'll do it for you. I don't care if it's equipment or whatever it is, but we've got to get sharper at doing that sort of thing. And that's the only way we're going to survive. So my concerns are that I would like to stay in Lebanon. My wife is a lifelong resident of Lebanon and actually in the house we live in, and I would hate to have to sell it. And it's looking like, with me anyway, I look in terms of value, and $30,000 paying the city for a plow truck to go up once in a while, we have the fire department and the police people, and they're wonderful, but I don't have $30,000 where I live, so, and I don't choose to spend it that way, so we have to really be focused. If I can help, I'm offering my help, okay?
Thank you, Frank.
There you have it.
So Frank, before you pick up,
Yeah.
because you brought that issue up, that young fellow over there who's bald just like me, the fire chief over there.
Yeah.
So,
Like me.
we're in the same club apparently. So, the footings they were looking at were steel.
Okay.
And he worked with them to get wood, the wood pilings, which are significantly less cost. So he helped negotiate that lesser cost to be able to do that. So he is doing that.
Okay, good.
And he's, yeah,
No,
you wouldn't know that.
No, I wouldn't know that, and if I had attended the workshops, maybe I would have known that.
No, you
I don't
wouldn't,
know.
'cause that's-
But the point is that, so you appropriated $1 million.
Yep.
Are we gonna spend $1 million?
Hopefully not. But the project has started.
But, and that was part of the issue. They were in a position where commitments had already been made for a temporary facility, which every month that goes by, it costs us to maintain that. It's a rented structure in part. And so when the geotechnical engineering came back and expressed concern, which is reflected in the fact, the nearby cemetery has earth movement that was starting to slide down the hill. the implication was either we put a halt on the whole project, which was gonna extend the cost of the temporary facility and
Or send
such.
the approval.
And we already had steel on order and such. And, you know, ideally, this would have been figured out sooner, but we were trusting the professionals who were hired to engineer the project and design it. And-
I understand, I get it, I totally understand, and I appreciate that, I think that's good. I have to tell you, I negotiate over $100 bills, and I fight like a tiger over those, so, I just ask that you all get it, and Karen, you're going to a much bigger place, and I hope the hell you do the same for everybody in the state, so anyway.
Fran, I wanted to make something clear, and this is not an excuse of anything, but when you're talking about a $30,000 tax bill, which is very possible, you get a tax bill from the city. You pay the city. 37% of that tax bill actually goes to the city.
I understand,
The remainder is school district,
I understand.
statewide education property tax, the SWEPT, and county.
Yeah,
And, you know, one of the reasons that we as a city have been so engaged in this statewide education property tax issue is that right now, today, we get back everything that we pay in. I fear that that is temporary. You know that there is a movement afoot in the state, and it's in the courts, for, you know, equal education among every municipality in the state. And one of the things that we are very concerned about is if that sort of thing passes, and depending on how it passes, we could become a donor town. So we might not get all of those swept funds back. So
There was a bill to do that in this last, we would have had to pay an additional $2 million that would, from property taxes that would leave this city and go to other communities. That was House Bill 1686. Fortunately, it was defeated.
the House bill, yeah, it was defeated, right, thank God.
Yes,
Yeah.
because otherwise, we would have that extra burden added on top of that.
Right.
That we'd have to pay for other communities in property tax dollars.
Right.
Which we've never had to do, is take our property taxes and send them to some other community.
But I gotta tell you, I hope, I don't know how, you know, I thought somebody fell down and bumped their head when I saw this stuff, but I gotta tell you, this has gotta be significantly reduced. It's gotta be, it's gonna destroy this city. It is going to destroy it. So before you or anybody votes, we gotta really work hard. You gotta grind that pencil right down to the eraser until you get this thing down to where it needs to be. That's it, I'll let you go for the night. Thank you very much.
Who's next with our audience here in the room?
No, I'm just chilling.
Anyone? Before I go to the virtual audience? Yes, I think there's a gentleman.
Yeah, we got one.
Yeah.
There are a few people in the hallway still. There are open seats here now.
Right.
Want to come in? Can hear us.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'm Eric Straight, Ward 2. Thanks for, you guys have been really good listeners, and I think done a good job of explaining a lot of the constraints that you work with, and that's been helpful. We're not complaining about the things that you're constrained on. I want to point out, there were probably about 3 times as many people here as you could see too. And there's some complaints at first about the library cuts, probably largely due to confusion about what was really going to happen. But I think what I overwhelmingly heard tonight is that people really want you guys to represent us well. And the way that you can represent us well is to make cuts wherever you can. So thank you for explaining where you're constrained. That was good to hear and very helpful. But if we don't see a budget get approved that shows serious cuts in all the places where you could, I heard a couple examples like the roundabouts, for example. You know, I'll be understanding of an increase if I look at the budget and I see they really did, like they were constrained on these things, but they really did cut everywhere they could, and that's what we're asking. I have 5 children. We love it here, been here for 11 years. I really want to stay here. My kids love it here. But like, I can't afford to raise a family if my taxes are double in 5 years. And the concerns about how our property values will just plummet. I mean, that was the very first thought I had is, oh boy, if my taxes are that, I'm gonna have to sell. What's gonna happen? Everyone else is gonna be selling too. And like, this problem is gonna just go exponentially high if people start trying to move out of here. And so I would really appreciate if you guys think long and hard and get really creative about, yeah, we bear a burden. You explained well this burden that we bear with, I think it's twice as many people come in as dwell here on a daily basis. But you don't represent those people. You represent us, and we pay the taxes. So please get really creative on trying to figure out how to represent us and allow us to stay here in the city that we love. So I know that's a hard ask, and you guys are, I'm sure, a lot of creative ideas that you can come up with. So work hard at it and make us proud, please.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think that's mine, yes? Yep, it's mine. Thank you. Who's next from the audience? Jay.
Jay Sims, Ward 2. I don't know about anybody else, but I thought that audit presentation was stimulating.
We always find it stimulating.
I agree with most of the previous speakers. We do need to, we cannot afford 11.9% increase in our operating budget and our property taxes. And I know I emailed just today the counselors and Sean and Tim regarding some of my suggestions, including looking at the 143 city-owned properties and looking at evaluating them and potentially selling them. And a good example is up in my neighborhood, up towards Daisy Hill, where the Townsend family donated almost 14 acres in 2005. It's currently assessed at $15,000, which I said I'm going to use that valuation on my land appraisal next year. But, so that would be a good example of looking at city property and putting it back on the tax roll, selling it to homeowners, and that's one of 143 properties. I know we can't sell City Hall, but there's several examples like that. Any comment on that as far as looking at the city properties?
So we've actively been selling some city properties over the years, and we've spent a fair amount of time trying to scour through them. We're not there yet. We need to go further. The property that the towns has donated, is that under a conservation easement by any chance?
Is that part of the Tickner? I think, is that part of the
No,
Tickner?
it's open space.
It's part of the Daisy Hill subdivision. And I believe it was set aside as recreation land as part of that subdivision. So there is a conservation easement on it.
And that's why the assessment is so
Okay,
low.
so is that something that the city can address and move it out of conservation? Because really, who is using that 13.9 acres?
No, it's a requirement, it's a requirement of that development.
That
So
subdivision.
we don't have the ability to modify that.
That's a legal document.
It's a permanent restriction on that piece of property.
That's unfortunate.
But there are others, Jay. I'm not
Yeah,
saying.
and we are inventorying them. Your point is exactly right, and that's why we're trying to do that.
Okay. In previous comments too, the taxpayers cannot not afford to be a regional provider of human services. And my suggestion, and I'm sure there's a reason why, but it really should be pushed to the county if it's, and I gave examples of what Lebanon provides a payment to Grafton County senior citizens of about $62,000. Hanover provides $11,000, or I might be getting the numbers wrong. But I went through several examples, headrest-wise, even Listen. Hanover's not paying their fair share, and we've got to hold them accountable. I don't know if county administration of human services is even possible, but it's currently 1.1 million, a little bit over $1 million of the budget. That's only going to grow with the recent acquisition of the property at the bottom of Slayton Hill, where we're setting up a homeless shelter. We've made temporary improvements, and we're going to either tear it down or substantially renovate it, add 2 more staff, and so we build it, they will come. We can't afford to be the regional provider of human services. And it's another property that's now off the tax roll, and it's now going to cost us substantially more money with employees and benefits. So I think we need to rethink that, the homeless shelter.
Can I just answer that one?
Sure.
So in New Hampshire, unlike other states, in Vermont, Massachusetts, welfare is a state responsibility. In New Hampshire, the law says that it's a local municipality responsibility. So the county has no responsibility for human services. We have an obligation to provide that. That's the difference, and most people don't understand that. And it's not a choice. We have to provide it. The law is, that's one of the few things, you're not required to have a police department, fire department, DPW department, but you have to provide for the common welfare. And we do have that obligation, which is different than other states. So it is on us to do that. In the past, our homeless folks would go over to the Haven, and they're building a new facility, because the one we have is temporary. And they're building that facility. And that's where our homeless people are going to go, to another state, as soon as that's built. And that's, they're moving through the process, they got their approvals to do that.
Construction's supposed to start in April.
Right. So that's where our homeless population is going to be living.
Yeah. And what's the facility at the bottom of Slayton Hill?
That's right now is a temporary shelter for part of the year.
For winter only.
Seasonal.
And absent that, we might be paying for hotel rooms for some of those people, because it's a constitutional obligation, actually, under New Hampshire law.
So Hanover isn't held to that?
Sean?
Yes, you just go to the mic. Hold on a second,
I just have a quick question.
yeah,
Is
just go to the
that-
mic, so there's 181 people in line, they cannot hear you.
Mic right there.
The people online can't hear you if you're not at the microphone.
I just wanted to ask, is that a city and town requirement?
Yes.
Does-
No, it's a state law.
Okay, so does Hanover have a service, department that handles their services, their social
They
services?
have a person that's assigned to do that, but Lynn can explain that. Go ahead, Lynn.
Hi, I'm Lynn Goodwin. I'm the Human Services Director for the City of Lebanon. And every municipality in the state of New Hampshire is required to take care of those who cannot afford to meet their basic needs. So yes, it was mentioned earlier in the evening, if somebody's homeless in Hanover and they go to the Hanover town office, the welfare director must meet with them and help take care of their need for shelter. And what they would do is call around for available shelter beds. If they cannot find one, can I help the person access shelter with family and friends? And they have a statutory requirement to put them in a hotel.
So we do not take people that go to Hanover for help. They don't come and then we house those people.
So somebody from Hanover wouldn't be referred to the Lebanon Human Services Office for shelter.
Okay, so they stay in Hanover.
Shelter at the bottom of Slayton Hill, which opened last year for its inaugural winter, that accepts homeless individuals from the region. And in fact, the Haven has put forth an application for funding from the town of Hanover in 2026 to contribute towards their operational costs of that shelter.
Okay, thank you.
And if I could, before I go back and sit, I'd like to address the discrepancy between the amount of money that the city of Lebanon provides to some of our social service agencies compared to Hanover, and it's a per capita situation. The headrests, the senior center, Wise, Listen, they serve a far greater number of Lebanon residents than they do from those other towns, which is why our contribution, including Tri-County CAP, our contribution to those agencies is so much greater because we have more residents.
And Dartmouth students don't count as residents in Hanover, or renters.
I don't.
Dartmouth students only count as residents if they register to vote in the town of Hanover. If they register to vote in their hometown of Los Angeles, no, they don't count as residents.
Lynn, just quickly, could you speak to billing other communities when we provide services?
So if If, for example, the town of Hanover wasn't being staffed when a homeless individual walks into town hall, or Enfield, or Canaan, and they come to Lebanon because we're open 40 hours a week, then yes, if I couldn't find a shelter bed for them and had to put them up in a hotel room, then I would contact the town of origin and ask them to pick up the bill for that and reimburse the city of Lebanon. And we have those good working relationships with the other towns.
Thank you, Lynn.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, and finally, I'm not a proponent of slashing the library and Parks and Rec budget. I think all departments need to share in the cost cutting, maybe not equally, but both the library and Parks and Rec are the fabric of our community. I do think we need to take a look at, like other employers in the community, we need to take a look at our employee benefits, which are substantially more than what other employers are providing. We need to nail down our overtime, which we're budgeting over $1.4 million in overtime. And I've got other suggestions that I did send to the council, but I do appreciate your service, and good luck, and hopefully we can see a substantially reduced budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Jay.
So before you go, Jay, I just like, because you brought that up in there about the fire department overtime, particularly like to have the chief articulate that, why we spend what we do on overtime.
Yeah, so.
Just bring the mic closer.
Nice to meet you, Jay. There's a couple components of the overtime budget in the fire department. The line that you're speaking of is the operational overtime. And what that does is that covers shift overtime as well as callback, emergency callback overtime. We're a 24/7 service. We need to have people on duty. I have a 75-page study that was done in 2008 that was requested by the city council at the time and the city manager because we were having these same conversations. At that time, that study said in order to reduce overtime, we should hire 4 additional people. It also said that in long term, we should hire 16 total additional people. So in the 17 years since this study's been done, we've hired 1 net position in the City of Lebanon Fire Department. And our call volume has increased by 68%. So we're using overtime to supplement where we're missing staffing. We have a minimum of 5 people on duty. Most communities that are responding to the call volume that we are have a minimum of 10 people on duty. So that's exactly where our overtime is. It's that simple.
So with the addition of 3 full-time equivalents, that's between what APD is providing and what is in the city budget, should we expect to see a substantial decrease in your overtime?
So I don't want to say substantial. I think that there's an opportunity to see a decrease in the overtime with the addition of FTEs to it, because that will reduce some of our callback, emergency callback overtime. You know, when we're running 2 or 3 ambulance calls at a time, that completely depletes our staff. We have to bring that callback back. So I think that we'll start to see a depletion in it for sure. And I'm more than happy, and my goal is to track that very closely so that next year when we're having these conversations, we can bring it back. Again, I have a copy of this study. We can put it on the website. I think that the reason that we're asking for the staffing that we are is just that. We know where the overtime is. The overtime's not good for my employees either. We're beating the crap out of our employees. We are the busiest fire department in the state of New Hampshire per person. We respond to 175 calls per person. The average in the state of New Hampshire is 102. Most fire departments in the state of New Hampshire are funded at an average of 15 to 18%, and we're funded at 10% of the municipal budget here in Lebanon.
Thank you.
And most of those calls are for emergency medical services.
78% of our call volume is EMS.
That's important to recognize, that it's.
We also, I'm sure you've seen it because you've looked through the budget. But so our operating budget is offset by about 33% of revenue that we generate as well. So or I should say, we generate 33% of what our operating costs are in revenue. Over $1 million of EMS revenue comes into the city that offsets the general fund.
Do your people work 24 on, 48 off? Or what?
We work 24 on, 48 off, 24 on, 4 off. Yep.
What percentage of the ambulance work is like inter-hospital transfer, not 911 calls.
So the only inter-facility stuff we do is 911 generated from APD to DH. That's the only IFT stuff that we do. That equals about 150 to 160 calls a year. And that's why we went to APD and asked them to help us support hiring FTEs. And they've agreed to fund, it comes out to about 1 3/4 positions for the next 7 years.
But does that actually mathematically make that a completely paid for then by the user? See what I'm saying? I mean,
So
you say you get 67% of the budget is paid for by the taxes.
Correct.
33.
Yep.
So whatever you're charging them, is
Yep.
that actually, does that cover your costs?
Yeah, so that's a great point, and that's a much larger discussion that's going on all across the country right now. So moving into 2025, I increased my EMS billing rates by 15%. We have a statewide analysis that goes around every year to see what everybody's billing. Insurance companies only commit to pay so much money. We can bill as much as we want, insurance companies will only pay so much money. So part of the deal with APD that we've negotiated with them is that we will transport a patient from APD, and whatever service that the insurance doesn't cover, then APD is covering the rest of that cost. We're balance billing APD to cover our costs. So with that being said, those rates out of APD, yes, are covering 100% of our costs because we set our rates to cover our costs.
I guess what I'm thinking about is unless we can break even, you should not be the ambulance service, be the 911 service. And not take on this other stuff.
Yep. Yeah, so APD is the only IFT stuff that we do. When I say IFT, I mean interfacility transport from hospital to hospital. The rest of our call volume, we'll respond to about 4,400 emergency calls this year. 150 of those are IFTs. The rest of them are 911 calls.
Chief, can you just touch base real quick on some of the stats you've provided us on simultaneous calls?
Yeah, absolutely. So what he's talking about with simultaneous calls, when we have more than one call at once happening at the same time. So we're on pace this year to do just about the same as last year, but I'll use last year's numbers because it's a whole year. We did just over 1,400 times where we had 2 calls going at the same time. That means when I have 5 people on duty, I have 1 person left in the station, and I have to call emergency callback. When I have 6 people on duty, that leaves me 2. Over 300 times, about 350, 360 times, I had 3 emergencies going on at the same time, which means my on-duty staff is completely depleted. I also had 50 times last year where I had 1 person arriving in a fire emergency by themselves in a fire engine. I've got a list of these here. We've arrived at the Rogers House about 1.5 years ago for a small kitchen fire on the 3rd floor. There was an incapacitated elderly woman trapped in her apartment, and I had 2 people that had to, one, remove that person by themselves, and the other one had to search the entire floor by themselves until we got other resources there. So if I seem emotional, I am, because I'm worried about the safety of all of you, and I'm worried about the safety of all our employees as well. So again, I'm willing to share this study with anybody. I encourage the council all the time, and they take advantage of it. Come and see me at the fire station. Call me. I am more than happy to sit down and have a cup of coffee with every single one of you.
Where are you located?
I'm located at Seminary Hill right now, at the SA building. That's a great question. So all of the fire trucks that were at the station over here are at the Public Works facility right now, down on Dartmouth College Highway. Yep.
So when we had Golden Cross ambulance, they had to eat the risk of their insurance not covering their costs. Why are we doing that? Why does Lebanon need to take on that risk? Of when you're not fully reimbursed for an ambulance?
So there are a couple, I'll have 2 answers for you. There is a mechanism for me to send people to collections if they don't, so whatever their insurance covers.
That's not what I'm saying.
I have no way to have the insurance company pay more than they do.
why do we not just outsource that service?
Sure.
And let another company take the risk of, I have to figure out how to break even, instead of Lebanon not breaking even.
Chief, if you don't mind.
Sure.
So I happened to be on the fire department and actually wrote the very first proposal for the fire department to take over the ambulance. It's a misunderstanding to suggest that Golden Cross has to eat the risk. They didn't eat any risk. They actually charged the city significantly more money than it cost to run the ambulance at that time frame for the fire department to do it. They charged the city hundreds and hundreds of dollars per run to make up their cost. They didn't eat anything. They were fully paid for-profit company.
Got it. But we're paying Lebanon now. The taxpayers are paying that gap.
But it's less. It would be more, is what I'm suggesting.
You were paying the gap before, it just went out to a private company. So now it's really like, it gets to the point of one of the points of like finding ways to negotiate, right? You look at your cash flows and you say, if I have to pay, I'm gonna make up numbers, these are completely fictitious. If I have to pay $100,000 out to a private company, or I can pay $50,000 to do this in-house, we're actually saving 50 grand to bring it in-house. Right? Oversimplified, I know, but that's kind of the math that goes into a lot of those considerations.
Plus needing to build a new fire station to accommodate all this stuff at $25 million.
I think that's where the anger is coming. We appreciate the fire and police, but that's why we've got the response we have tonight. We've got a state-of-the-art firehouse being built at 24, soon to be $25 million. And anytime a project of that size is done, a feasibility study is done, including staffing, so the day we all received our property tax bill, we also received a letter from the fire union saying we really should have 16 additional FTEs, but we're only going to ask for 8. That's where the anger is coming from. That can't be placed on the taxpayers. And as I've done for several of my neighbors, by projecting out the tax increases, assuming the school is in line with the city at 12% increases, your property taxes are going to roughly double by 2030. So then I asked both the police chief and the fire chief, what percent of your employees actually live in the city?
Of mine, about 25%.
Which is a problem. How about police?
Less than 10%.
That's a problem. So that's it. That's where I'm showing
Sure.
it is a problem for the residents, and where we can't even have our essential service employees living in the city.
Sure.
I just want to go back to what you're saying, Jay, the need for a study. Studies were done. A facility study was done in 2019, was updated, so all that was done. The assessment, he already talked about that, of needs of staffing. So all of that was done before these facilities, years before these facilities were actually proposed to be built. So we do go through that process. And we spend money to do that, quite a bit of money to do just that.
All right.
Could you just, I'm interested to know about what the connection between the fire station and the staffing. It seems like you're making a connection there. I want to understand it more.
They're very connected, Karen. You've got a $25 million capital expenditure.
Yeah.
And if we add 8 fire people at $80,000, no, all in with a 54.5% benefit, say $120,000 per firefighter.
Yeah, like 140, but yeah.
140, so that's hitting our annual operating every year. So that's a pretty significant amount. That's
I get it. So they're both big ticket items.
Right.
Gotcha. No, because we're not building a new fire station because we need more staff. We're building a new fire station because we needed to build a new fire station for at least the last 20 years, because that facility had really it just was not functioning for what our current needs are, because Lebanon is a much different place today than it was 70 years ago. So we had kicked that can down the road as long as we could and put it off as long as possible. So I hear what you're saying. Thank you. I just wanted to understand more.
One last suggestion, because the fire department has been very helpful, but when we take a look at your false alarm visits, it's about 9% of your calls. And some of these false alarms, similar to our building, is the compressor has failed and the sprinkler system's not pressurizing. I'm, even as a property owner, a commercial property owner, and you have been up there maybe twice in a year, we would probably get the hint if we had higher charges for a second call. And so the first call, okay, that happens. If it's a second and third call, do you have entities that you've got multiple false alarm calls?
There are some entities, and we do have a fee structure for that as well.
It goes up every time.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
And we've been looking at these fees every year and pushing them up as much as we felt we could. And have done other things to bring in more revenue, like the wastewater treatment plant that had capacity. We became competitive in septic charges, so a lot of regional septic collectors are using that facility, producing significant revenue within the capacity that has allowed us, we would be raising the rates further on wastewater, but for the fact that we've been able to bring in significant revenue by using existing capacity in that facility.
We undercut the other communities, and they're not happy about that. Because we have a certain cost to dispose of that waste, and we have a margin above that we charge, and it's lower than what other communities charge, but it brings in revenue. It's revenue positive for us. You would call it a profit in the private sector.
Yeah.
To offset the cost.
And there was a misconception stated earlier, just to clear up, all of our enterprise funds are self-supporting. The general taxpayer doesn't subsidize them. For many years, the airport was something that the taxpayer subsidized. And for the whole time I've been on the council, it was a priority, and even when we hired the manager, to try to drive that down. And that has been driven down to the point, part of it was federal funds, but even for this budget, it's still not requiring any taxpayer subsidy. And that's because we've aggressively gotten better rents.
Increased landing fees?
Increased landing fees. We've been increasing the landing fees every year.
The T-hangers.
And just making it so that the airport, along with wastewater, water, and landfill, are all completely self-supporting.
And provide additional money to the general fund to offset taxes like $550,000 in community host fee that we have
Right.
from the solid waste fund, that other people from other communities pay to help offset our property. So there are mechanisms to do that.
Sean, I appreciate your timely responses to my emails. I know I've got several questions, and you've been very responsive, but good luck on cutting the budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Jay. Who's up next? Yes, sir.
Dave McLaughlin, Ward 1.
Yep.
What is Milton Rents and Frito-Lay warehouses paying the city or the airport now?
Can you ask the question one more time?
The airport has the new road that they built.
Yes.
Milton Rents has a building.
Yes.
Frito-Lay has a building.
Yes.
That income goes to the airport?
It goes to the airport fund right now to offset the debt that's paid for the roadway. So yes.
Okay,
But
thank
they
you.
will generate, eventually that will generate excess.
It goes to the airport.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else from the in-house audience here? Okay, let's skip over, at least temporarily, to the online audience. Folks, you've been patiently listening online for some time now. You've heard a bunch of comments here from the audience, so we want to move to you now. David, are you keeping track?
I am. There are 5 hands raised right now. They're in order, so I'll take Louisa Spencer first.
Yes, Louisa.
Hi, a lot of things have, Ward 1, a lot of things have been said that I think I would have said, but I guess during my long weary service on the school board, I took the role of saying the really flinchy things. And I think a very flinchy thing that none of us has quite brought up in a bald fashion is we are going to have to accept lower levels of service if we're really going to control our budgets. We are. There's a ratchet effect, which is made up of many things, including the professional gatherings that various municipal management specialists go to, where they learn about terrific new stuff that is supposed to make everything better. And we have got to resist that kind of peer pressure. We have got to dig in our heels a bit, because we are in this extremely unfortunate position, which has been built up over decades, of pursuing a larger tax base, which always costs more than it brings in. The idea that a vacant lot covered in nothing but trees will profit the city, will enhance our ability to pay our municipal obligations if somebody builds on that is an idea that elected officials for 40 or 50 years at least. It is always wrong. We have tried to expand the tax base, and what we have done is to expand the per capita cost to the population. Every single time. I do grasp that the school budget is a worse problem than the city budget, and with the steady reduction in the number of actual school children, that's something we citizens should turn our attention to with real, we've got to apply some serious concentration there and go to those meetings. But the truth is, the squirrels don't call the cops. The services that people require are the real pressure on our city budgets, and the fact that 30 or 40,000 people who don't live here are not helping to bear that cost, of course, does put us in a particular position. Right now, at the swing point we're in, I think we've just got to start getting used to the idea that we can't provide the level of service that we have grown used to providing and to maintain the coherence of this community. And when the master plan says put the residents first, it's really kind of saying that. It's a very tough thing to say. But it's a little harder. It's very difficult. But and that's all I really want to say is because that's what no one has said in bald language, is that we can't maintain the levels of service that we are used to and solve this problem. And that's, it's just, I just don't see how any amount of negotiating or talking about building on land that isn't costing us anything, but will when it has a house on it, is going to really divert us from that truth. And I'll stop speechifying. And I don't really have a question. I'm just trying to plant this idea in everyone's mind. We're in an age when we're going to have to tighten our expectations, not just our belts.
Thank you, Louisa.
Next up is, forgive me if I get this wrong.
You're welcome.
Quad Stahl.
Hello, my name is Seth Messier, and I also represent my wife, Michelle Messier, and we are Ward 2. And we moved here I moved here from Massachusetts 8 years ago, maybe 7 years ago, something like that. And my wife moved up here from North Carolina, and she was supposed to move to Massachusetts, but I got transferred here to work for Lid Chocolate. And it was only supposed to be for 1 year. But we've grown to really love it up here, and recently we keep on saying we're going to be moving because our families, we have no one up here, it's just us. But this year we decided that we are staying, and so we have decided to make Lebanon our home. And I originally came here because I was here to talk about the library, but it's good to hear that that's all settled. But as I was trying to figure out the budget this whole week, because I just found out about it last week, it kind of made me look at the town and see that all these cuts, not just the library, but everything that gets cut, would actually affect our city in many different ways. I think that what Lebanon offers the community to everyone is very important. Me and my wife were massage therapists, so kindness is very important to us. And we think that Lebanon is a very kind city, and that if some of these budget cuts got cut, it would affect the community in a negative way, such as taking away the concerts, closing the pool, stuff like that, that some people that may not have access to those on their own can actually gain access to freely. And I think that's a really kind thing that our city is able to do, and it's really important because it helps people have less stress in their lives. And as I was looking over like the budget, and I was finding out, like, I could find out all kinds of information about like the budget and salaries and wage increases. I had an idea of how the budget could be affected, but I think I've heard better ideas than my own, so I won't propose my own. But I just think overall that I think we want to make sure that we affect the community in a positive way, and I hope that the budget, when it's finalized, really will help the community in a positive, not a negative. And I do appreciate everyone, not just the community and the council members, because you've been very informative today, and it's just been providing a lot of information for me and my wife. So thank you to the council and also to the other attendees. You've been very helpful to me. Thank you.
So, Mr. Mercer, I just wanted to clarify one thing, because I didn't want you to leave with a misconception. So you had mentioned that you were happy to hear that the library thing was all worked out. What we meant to say was that the current budget as proposed, at the rate it's proposed at, has no cuts for the library. The alternative budgets that we ask city staff to prepare do have cuts for the library. So in the context of our discussions going forward, we may choose to not make any cuts to the library. We may choose to make cuts to the library. So I don't want to suggest to you that this is a done deal yet, but the current budget, as proposed by the manager, does not have any cuts at the rate that it's at now. I just want to make sure we were clear on that. Yeah.
That wasn't clear, but that I do appreciate that very much. Thank you very much for that clarification.
David?
Okay, next up is John O'Hara.
Mr. O'Hara?
Hey, how you folks doing? I live up here, right behind the middle school. I feel like my neighborhood already took a pretty big tax hit, and now we're having the discussion of more taxes. My taxes in 2021 were just about $9,000. If I double this last tax bill I got, I'm going to be over $15,000. That is almost impossible to afford. I'm getting worried where this is going, and I think, as you can hear tonight, a lot of residents here are getting worried as to where everything's going. I do work in mortgages. I just recently helped a really nice young couple find a home, and they were great. They work at DH. I think one of them works at Dartmouth and College itself. They wanted to live in Lebanon. They could not, because the houses we looked at in Lebanon, the taxes priced them out. I ended up having to find them a home in Claremont for $100,000 more than the one they wanted in Lebanon, but the taxes allowed them to get. These are the types of people that we deserve to have in our community, but they're being forced out. Young couple, mid-20s, going to raise a family, would have sent their kids to our schools, but will probably now not be able to. So that's the type of stuff that I feel needs to be thought about by a lot of folks as to maybe not just this budget, but something where minds need to come together on doing something to try to help out the taxpayers. I have up in my neighborhood the new build with all the new houses going in. It's my understanding that DH has already leased out all those for 10 years. When I'm hearing about DH tonight, that leads to my question. Does that mean all those new builds up here lead to no tax dollars for Lebanon, or do they still get taxed?
No, they get taxed at the regular rate. So it's not, it's just because they're master leased by DH, I was not aware of that, has no impact on the taxes. They're gonna be taxed at their full assessed value.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, that's definitely one of the things that I was worried about as I was hearing about DH. I don't know what we can do, obviously, out of Jesse mortgages. I used to live in Derry. I know Pinkerton Academy, people pay money to be there. I know Lebanon School District is sought after. I know, I've heard that some of the communities have to pay to be in Hanover. It's a great school district. I don't know if that's ever been something. Again, I don't know much. I don't know if there's a way to semi-privatize Lebanon with how great of a school district it is, but obviously we need to do something to make it so my taxes don't go from $9,000 to $15,000 in 3 years, and then the talk of it maybe doubling again by 2030. I'll be like everybody else and move out of here. I looked today, I could buy a nice $1 million home in Bedford and pay less taxes. I could buy a $1.2 million home in downtown Portsmouth and pay less taxes. It's getting insane.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is Larry Poland.
Larry, are you there?
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Oh, great, thank you. So I won't keep this long because it's getting late and many people have already spoken and had many great ideas. The only thing I want to say is, I don't envy your position in the council. Kind of rock and the hard place, right? So the message is quite clear. You cannot raise taxes. It is unsustainable, right? People will not be able to afford to live in town, and that's just goes against everything that you and we want to do for people living in town. So that's just a must, right? So now you have to figure out, well, how do you achieve that, right? So a lot of the ideas that are put forth about cutting services, like say cutting the library, cutting recs and services, I don't see those. I don't see those being very popular either. I mean, the large turnout tonight spoke against those as well. I would say the popular sentiment amongst everyone is really that your job as counselors is to find something where, quite frankly, we can all afford to live here, right? And enjoy the community. The only suggestion I would have, and there's a lot of good suggestions, I would echo some of those we had earlier, is to find something that's not, I would say the front line, the flashy and the showy. Don't do the library, don't do the park and recs, but look towards, say, something the city administrator had proposed earlier, one of the budget workshops was, looking at bringing healthcare costs down, right? Or refinancing certain projects, things like that. Or reducing and adjusting your belt and saying, hey, we don't need that extra roundabout now, maybe in a few years when things get better, but right now we can't do it, so. But I appreciate all the hard work that you do. You are an intelligent group of people, and I believe that we can all work together and get it done. But most especially, not by raising taxes.
Thank you. David?
Next up is Casey Bancroft.
Casey Bancroft, are you there?
You hear me?
Yes,
Sorry.
I can.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I forgot what ward I'm in over. I'm on Seminary Hill over here. I just had a question about how, like the casino, for example, that's going in, how that benefits our community, tax-wise or otherwise. And if we project that, putting a further burden on our EMS and police and that sort of thing.
So I'll answer that. It was this, what we do is we assess the property, what's on the ground on April 1st of every single year. So before it was a car dealership, so whatever I don't know what the assessed value is and what that actual particular property pays in taxes. They made obviously a lot of improvements. It's likely to increase because of the construction that was in there. And then on April 1st of 2025, all of those changes will be picked up and they'll pay the additional taxes appropriate for that particular property. I don't know if that helps answer your question.
Sorry, I'll try to make this quick. Earlier in this meeting, we were talking about the development over at Clean Laundry and a proposal to defer taxes. There's no sort of deal there with the casino?
No, there's not.
They don't qualify, it's not in a zone that qualifies for 79E, so they wouldn't be applicable to them anyway.
And we didn't, the state didn't give us a say in having that license for here in Lebanon.
Net positive for Lebanon, what do you guys say?
I think it depends on how you look at it. It's probably additional tax revenue. I'm not a gambler, so I probably won't visit, but perhaps there are those who would see it as a net positive.
We don't get any of the revenue from the casino. There's no distribution to municipalities. The rooms and meals taxes we talked about earlier, that all goes to the state, and then we get the percentage we get, which is not anywhere near what the actual amount that comes in. So we don't get the offset from that in our city, unfortunately.
So we will see
We also didn't have a choice in them coming here. That wasn't something that
There's no choice.
we
They're
were
already here.
able to, they were already here, but also we don't have the ability to tell people what to do with their property. If it's legal, they're allowed to do that.
So we will get some additional rooms and meals tax that we weren't getting when they were a car dealership?
No, we won't. No, I'm gonna be very clear about that. The state will get.
Well, the state gets it, but
We
to
do
the
not.
extent that they send us back rooms and meals.
It won't change anything for us because it's based on population and assessment.
Okay.
So it doesn't, we will not get any additional amount of money in there. To the extent there's additional burden in terms of public safety, no, that we will deal with, but we will not get any additional offset because the state does not allow us to receive any of that benefit.
So all we get is the tax revenue.
That's right.
Correct.
Is
there
an
I didn't hear your question, sir.
Is there an impact fee that's associated with the change of use there?
David, I don't know if you can answer on that particular property.
There is an impact fee for changes of use, yes. So
Will that
it
cover
goes.
the cost of city services?
No, it's not, it's for capital improvements. It's used for, because it's a commercial enterprise, it doesn't pay the school impact fee, but it pays for Parks and Rec, it pays for police facility and communications, and it pays for fire apparatus and facilities.
Will it cover the cost of the increased police?
It's a one-time.
To be determined, it's a one-time
one-time
payment.
Right.
It's only one
But
time.
it depends on how many times the police end up
Impact
going
fees are
there.
one-time fees.
But it impacts us yearly.
That's the way impact fees are
Hang
structured.
So almost certainly no.
So the gambling puts money into the school tax fund,
Not
correct?
necessarily.
At the state level, it puts it into at the state level, all the,
We don't get any.
and then those state funds are distributed to each town in different ways.
Wow.
Right.
But it doesn't come directly, it's not like directly from the casino to the Lebanon School District.
Even though we're taking, okay.
Mr. Bancroft, did that at least in part answer your
Yes,
question?
thank you very much, and sorry if it kind of derailed the conversation. I was just
That's okay.
curious about it, if it's taking from the taxpayers in some form, or if it's helping us, but I think I get the gist. Thank you very much.
David, who's up next?
Next up is Henry Bromberg.
Henry?
Yes, good evening. I appreciate the opportunity to talk in public. I am a member of the LEAC Energy Advisory Committee. The fact is, I'm the chair of that committee. And in that capacity, we did send a letter to the city council with our very specific point about budget cuts. I don't know if it's been read by any of the council members.
No, it has not. It was just entered into the record as along with all of the other pieces of correspondence we received.
Well, I think it's been read by the city councilors.
It's been read by council.
We don't read it into the record, it's part of the, yeah, they all have it. Hopefully everybody has read it, yes?
Yes, I did. I read it. It was a good defense of the energy, of the sustainability manager.
So, yes.
Right. Well, I'm happy it was read by you folks. And I'd like to just speak as a citizen. I'm in Ward 1, and following the news of a property tax increase, substantial property tax increase, it's obvious that, and I don't need to repeat what's been spoken often this evening, that it's just not sustainable. It's the city council's and city elected officials' job to help our community and the people in the community live here and not have to sell their home because the increases in property tax. So there are cuts that need to be done. Before I joined LEAC, I was taken by the city's master plan, and especially in the energy chapters. Moving here from other parts of the country where there's so much effort to keep cleaning up the environment, so to speak, and move in the direction of using less or up to no greenhouse gas emission created by the fuel that we're using. And so let me just end by just saying the master plan, the city's strategic plan, the city's guiding principles all speak to the need and the desire and the necessity to reduce the city's energy usage and to shift away from energy that produces greenhouse gas emissions. To my knowledge, there's one city employee whose I can't say sole purpose because I know the EFM has other responsibilities other than what I just spoke about. So working with that individual, seeing the production of benefit to the city, I'm to understand that in 2023 and 2024, these are approximate numbers, but estimated annual savings to the city was about $350,000 a year, and those savings will continue. But there's many more opportunities, and without that position here in the city, from my public perspective of being on LEAC, I don't see those opportunities being grabbed onto and the city saving more money and it's frustrating as a citizen to see all of these words in the master plan and the strategic plan and the guiding principles and not protect that one position. So I just would ask to be true to your words, and cuts are needed, but there's a position that actually saves the city money. So I thank you very much for your time and your work.
Thank you. Yes, Councilor Hill.
So we're going to need a motion or the meeting will expire?
Yeah,
What would
I'm
you
just
like?
going to ask for a motion to extend
11:15?
to 11:15.
I will move to extend the meeting till 11:15.
Do we have a second? Sure. Counselor Sykes seconds. Counselor Whittlesey.
Aye, but I want coffee.
Sorry, I can't do that for you. Counselor Sykes.
Yes.
Counselor Zook.
Yes.
Counselor Simon.
Yes.
Sister Mary Bealow.
Yes.
Counselor Hill.
Yes.
Counselor Heisted.
Aye.
Counselor Wilkie.
Yes.
And I vote yes as well. We're extended to 11:15. Okay, anyone else in the audience here, oh, do we have one more? I'm sorry.
Louisa Spencer has her hand up again, but Susan, as does Susan Lozier. So I don't know if you want to go back to Ms. Spencer before going to.
Go to Susan Lozier and we'll go back to Louisa.
Okay, so Susan Lozier, please.
Susan, are you there? Okay, maybe we'll go back to Susan. Louisa?
Susan just unmuted.
Hi, I wanted to modulate my outburst earlier. Because it seems to me that the library cuts, the rec cuts, the pool cuts, that kind of thing are, almost intentionally chosen to create the maximum outcry and to defend the general bulk of the budget. And I think what I was really trying to say is that we should accept that we're going to have to reduce the levels of service, possibly to the older people in the population, people who had the rich and fabulous lives that the community has offered them, should be prepared to maybe be less of a focus where our services are concerned, and that the smaller items, which we're so quick to put on the chopping block for our alternative budgets, should be safer than some of the health and safety levels, which we're constantly trying to push up. We should relax a little about those, and I speak as someone who's solidly a senior citizen. And I speak for Dr. Wood, my father-in-law, who used to say the same thing. Concentrate on the youth, concentrate on people with a long future ahead of them, and if we gotta shorten up on the people who already had a pretty good run. I think that could be a guiding principle for a long time. And again, it's a tactless thing that somebody has to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Louisa.
And Susan Lozier?
Susan Lozier? Are you there, Susan?
No, she just lowered her hand.
She lowered her hand? Okay, all right. We'll go back to the audience here then. Yes?
I have a question.
Please come to the microphone, if you would.
Hi, I'm Lynn Lombard, served with you on Housing Coalition and had you in my class. I had a question about Sean, you brought up another assessment. I understand that the COVID effect had a huge impact on all of our assessments. Mine doubled, my taxes doubled, and now we've got this notice. And now you're talking about another assessment, probably in 2025?
Yes, revaluation starting in January.
So is that because the coefficient of dispersion is better than 20%?
It's down to 73% right now.
Okay, so, and you brought up 90, 100, 110.
Between 90 and 110 is where it needs to be.
Okay, so am I to believe that in this particular case, a third of the properties will go up, a third will go down, and a third will stay the same?
It's not necessarily that way. It doesn't work that way. So what we'll see probably is commercial properties have not, again, they have increased, but not anywhere near the residential properties. Residential properties, especially apartment buildings, went up 55% last time, the value of those. The average house is 27%, some 32%, so those are the different ranges. They increased in valuation. So we're likely to see something very similar. The markets have not changed that dramatically since the last reval 2 years ago. So we're going to see more of that. So yes, the point is, and I made this the other day, was not only is there a tax rate increase, but there's going to be more shifting to that residential sector. It's a double whammy on those same taxpayers.
It'll be interesting to see what happens with commercial real estate, since the COVID effect has kind of diminished the commercial office space. You know, they're like ghost towns, and retail has been impacted with more people doing online shopping, even though we want to support locally. So it'll be a little scary to see how that evolves and how that will impact taxes. But thank you, I just wanted to
It
clarify.
should be a lot scary, quite frankly.
Well-
That we are facing a situation where there's going to be yet another shift to that residential sector.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, yeah. Thank you very much. It's late.
Anyone else from the audience here? Yes, sir.
Hi, my name's Owen Wilkins. Just going back to the idea of tax
Give us
assessment.
your address or what ward you're in?
I'm over on Seminary Hill. I'm
You're
surrounded
Ward
by
1.
the ward.
Okay, you're all set.
So I was just hoping that, I guess it should be a relatively simple number, but talking about tax valuations, what the change in like working capital that the 2022 reevaluations brought to the city budget? Like, you know, did it increase?
It didn't
Right,
increase
like, how
the
does that
income at
affect-
all. The overall income doesn't increase. It changes the proportion between the various categories of residential and commercial. So as Sean said, apartment buildings went up by an average of 55%. Single-family homes might have gone from 27 to 33%. Perhaps commercial only went up an average of 10 or 15%.
11, yeah.
11. So it shifts, it doesn't create additional revenue, it simply shifts where that revenue comes from.
Who pays it? And how much that individual pays. Everybody thinks that the comment was made, you're bringing in boatloads of extra money. Not true. Now, there was also a tax rate increase in there because of additional spending, so you have to factor that in as well. But that shift does not produce a single penny more of revenue to the city. It just shifts who pays and how much they pay.
Okay, yeah, I agree. That's a good clarification.
And the nominal rate went down, but the effective rate went up.
Right.
On average.
If it's done right.
Thank you.
We've got commercial buildings selling for $3 million.
If you're gonna speak, you just do it to the mic.
Yep, can you please come to the mic so we can get you for the record?
No, she doesn't want to talk to you.
Okay.
I've tried to talk to people in town.
Anyone else?
There's one more hand up.
Okay.
Casey Bancroft again.
Yes, Casey Bancroft?
Yeah, sorry again. Hey, there's a petition going around to cap the tax rate, and I think some folks mentioned it earlier.
Correct.
But also the information on the text I received said something about city employees getting a 6% raise annually.
No.
I don't know if we addressed this earlier in the meeting, but is that accurate?
Can you please go into that?
No, so there is a GWI, it's the same thing as you would call it a COLA, general wage increase. That occurs on January 1 for every employee. So they'll go up by 3%. That's based upon the CPI. It is maxed at 3%. The CPI at the end of June was 3.8 for the Northeast region, but the most they will get is the 3. Some employees, not all employees, will either get a merit up to 3%, and some are eligible for a step, but not all of them. So some employees will get as much as 6%, that is true, but not all of them.
On their, it said something about a 3% on their work anniversary. Is that?
So that would be, yeah, on their anniversary date. So if your anniversary date is October, on October, you could get up to as much as a 3 for a merit increase for those people in different labor categories. And for those who have a step, who are eligible for a step increase, those are 3% as well.
So does that add up to 6?
It could be for some employees, that could be as much as 6%.
But not on average.
Well, some
I mean,
employees,
the
What
average
percentage?
across all employees is not gonna be
Is
6%.
the average like
Right.
3.5% or like?
no. So again, all employees will get a 3% GWI or COLA on January 1. On that employee's anniversary date, if they're an employee who's subject to a merit increase, they'll get 0 to 3%, up to a 3% merit increase. If they are in a step scale system, some unions are, and if they're eligible for a step, they'll get a 3% step increase on their anniversary date.
That's a lot.
What percent of people are getting 6%?
We won't know that because some of them are merit.
Last year. It's in the budget.
Oh, I don't know
Last year,
what the
what
number is.
percent got 6%? You don't know?
I don't know.
That would be a good question.
I think it's important to realize, even with that kind of compensation, the city still has difficulty filling vacant positions. And,
Yeah, it's because they can't live here.
well, and that's, yeah, so that's a factor too. People look at it and say, for that wage, I can't afford to take that
I don't
job.
know, the average wage in the clerk's office amongst 6 positions is $80,000. That's quite high, in my opinion.
So, can you come up front? We're asking everybody to come up front that wants to speak.
My understanding is that if I average out the total amongst 6 full-time positions in the clerk's office, it's a little above $80,000 annually, which seems high to me for what I would classify as clerical positions, more or less. And then I was told that they do get 6%, and I was just wondering what percent of your total staff gets 6%, because I believe there's market data that, public sector is getting, or private sector, is getting more like 3.5%. I think it peaked at 4.5% in 2023, and that was after COLA spiked up to, I believe it was 8% in 2022. The companies did not compensate for that. They went up to 4.5%, but nobody that I know is getting 6%, even with step-ups or anniversaries. So that's a concern and something that I think that we should consider and look at very hard.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Yeah, just, sorry, yeah, thanks for that information, and just anecdotal evidence. I've been working in Lebanon at a company for 13 years, and I've never seen a raise of greater than 3%. 13 years with one company, a good company, and so it's just another, maybe another data point to consider. All right, thank you very much, and I also just, everyone's been very courteous. The residents who are hit and impacted hard by this, and then everyone on the council. It didn't turn into one of those YouTube videos of people getting escorted out. I just thought it was very polite and cool to watch. So thank you, everyone.
Thanks for bringing that up, because I certainly do appreciate that. I understand the level of angst out there, trust me. But everyone's been very courteous.
Sorry, me again.
Yes, that's okay.
I thought I read in the budget wrap-up that there was an additional 6 new positions being added.
6 new FTEs?
Yes,
No,
No.
okay.
it's just one. One additional,
Across all the departments.
entire city. One additional position, that's the full-time firefighter position, which is going to be funded by Alice Peck Day.
No, well,
No, it's going to be funded by Alice Peck Day.
Okay.
not the one in your manager's budget.
Yes, it is.
So
They're paying for one position and then 3/4 of another position, which is not in the budget yet. So they're paying 100% of that.
Well,
Just sign the agreement.
I'm sorry, but the way you presented it to us is that would be an additional over and
Position.
above the one position that you have in your budget.
Once we add that in.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a choice we can make.
Right. So the one position in the budget is funded by Alice Peck Day. And then there's 3/4 of a position that there's no position in the budget for right now.
that was not my understanding. Yeah, that was
I'm
not.
sorry, that's not how it was presented to
Yeah.
us.
That's because we didn't have the agreement at the time, which I just signed last week.
So this is
They are funding
So,
that.
can I say something?
No, let us finish, please. So that,
We gotta talk among ourselves sometimes.
But,
right.
right, and I'm gonna comment on it.
So
For
let
sure.
me finish what I was saying.
Okay.
That position is 100% funded by Alice Peck Day. They also have a 3/4 position, the equivalent thereof, which is not in the budget at the present time.
Right, but the 12% budget that you submitted, I was under the impression that included in that 12% version was
One additional position.
additional position,
Yes.
and that it was funded by taxes, not funded by Alice Peck Day.
So if you look at what I sent in there, the original agreement had offsets in there that they were paying for. $101,000 and then $50,000. The position is 146, 142.
So this is an
So those revenues are in
All
there.
right, well, we can talk about this on another night, but this meeting's about to expire again. and I don't really want to extend.
I will be very quick, Karen, I promise.
okay. Yeah, yeah.
My name is Lindsay, and I live in Ward 3. I just have been listening a lot, and I'm a social worker by day, and I've run the pool for the last 10 years. And I don't even want to comment on that because I can't. But what I want to say is that the people in this room care deeply about this city, and watching you speak to each other that way is part of the issue. The communication with the tones and this whole thing, you're allowed to disagree, I'm not saying that. I'm a big believer of conflict and resolution. But I would be mindful because watching that and the tones, everyone just lost faith in your ability to help us solve this problem.
All right, so we do not have a motion to extend? We've got everybody here?
There's two hands up online.
I will move to extend by 10 minutes. How about, I'll move to extend by 10 minutes.
All right, we have a motion to extend to 11:25. Do I have a second? Councilor Whittlesey seconds. Councilor Whittlesey?
Aye.
Councilor Sykes?
Yes.
Councilor Zook?
Yes.
Councilor Simon?
Yes.
Mayor Beal?
Yes.
Councilor Hill?
Yes.
Councilor Heisted?
Aye.
Councilor Wilkie?
Yeah.
I vote yes as well. We're extended to 11:25.
The first name is Susan Lozier, back again.
Okay. Susan, are you there? Are you there, Susan?
She just dropped off again. And then Quad Stall is back on, which is Mr. Messier.
That's Mr. Messier. Yes, Mr. Messier.
So I just wanted to just, so with the budget setting on the wages, so for everyone to just know, like I went to govsalaries.com and you can basically see like people's salaries that work for the city, and you can see like it's only up to 2023. So if you really are interested in seeing what people are being paid that work in the city, you can go there and see what their payments are. It's a little hard to navigate, but there was also another interesting fact on there that I thought was interesting, and it mentioned that the city of Lebanon is 3%. Wages are 3% higher than the USA average and 40% higher than the state average. Usually, so I thought that was quite interesting that our wages are 40% higher in the state. So I just thought that would be interesting for everybody. And anyone can go onto this site and look at the names and see like what I did is I would look at names from 2022 and 2023. And for instance, like some people like went up from like 137,000 from 2022, and then in 2023 they were making instead about 145,000. So you can just go on there and see the differences. So that's just for everyone to know. It was governmentsalaries.com.
It's also loaded, if you look in the council packet for this evening, it shows you all of the grades, shows you the position, what the grades are, what the starting and ending salary is for those. So the information is actually in the packet for tonight's meeting. You could take a look at that as well. It'll give you some idea of what each one of those positions pays.
Can you just touch base on the turnover here relative to the rest of the state? Especially those areas that may have 40% vacancy rates in essential services?
Yeah, ours is a lot less. What we do is we look at what's called the 60th percentile. When we go and do a wage classification study, there's, for instance, the town of Hanover has they go to the 70th percentile. So that they want to bring in higher rate wage to be more competitive. Other cities have 80th percentile, we have 60. So obviously, 50% is the way the middle is, and we're just above the middle at the 60th percentile, and that's how we do our wage classification studies to remain competitive. We're not the highest paying, we're not the lowest paying, but we're above the median.
And sorry, just one other comment on wages since it was brought up about industry rates. So the thing you don't see about industry rate increases is the amount of turnover they have. Since I work in private industry and you see the turnover, The actual like ECI, which is the Employment Cost Index for private industry, has been running like 5 to 6%. And while it has been coming down, there's been a huge cost of turnover. And then you have to factor in that the cost of turnover is generally estimated to be about 1.5 times the cost of that person. So like higher turnover is expensive. It's just, and so it's an implicit cost you don't always see, but it is something that frankly, we pay a lot less of because we have a lot less turnover.
Thank you, Council Whittlesey. All right. We'll be back on December 18th. Hopefully, most of you will be as well. It's going to be a very lively discussion, I'm sure, so.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Council Wilkie.
Thank you. I just wanted to bring this up just to make sure people are aware of what's happening. As far as I think we all know, we have one meeting left this year, that being the budget meeting. When we started this, before this meeting, I believe, I at least had been under the impression that there was going to be opportunity for counselors to discuss the budget, to discuss what cuts we might want to see, what adjustments to the budget we might want to see, so that that can be prepared in advance of the December 18th meeting. Am I correct to understand that is no longer the case and that any adjustments would need to, at this point, happen effectively on the fly at that meeting?
So we do not have another meeting scheduled between now and the 18th. We've not had anything on the calendar. But certainly any individual counselor is more than welcome to reach out to the manager with their concepts going into the 18th so that manager and staff have some idea of what our individual thinking is and where we're headed.
Is it also something for us to consider having a special meeting before the 18th? I mean, I think that's what the intent of tonight's meeting was to be. We still have not had a chance to talk amongst ourselves, and I think we would benefit very much from talking amongst ourselves before the night of the vote is required.
Well, we'd have to be able to post a public meeting. I don't know that we can do that if we have time.
I don't know when you'd have to, you don't.
For next week.
Well, you do it towards the end of next week.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing, we can certainly meet a posting requirement for a meeting. I guess I'd be interested to know from my colleagues if you would be interested in a special meeting so that we can have, now that we've received all this great feedback, now that we could have a chance for us to talk amongst ourselves, not with our back against the wall of having to vote on the same night. I think that I would be interested in that. I don't particularly want to have another meeting, but I think that I would appreciate the chance for us to each share what we're thinking, given all of the information and feedback we've received so far.
If we can make the posting requirements, I certainly would not object to it.
Yeah, I would agree with that as well.
I would too. I think this is a exceptionally difficult year for everyone, taxpayers, the council trying to make these hard decisions. More conversation can only help, not less.
So what is if we post it tomorrow, what date could we have a meeting?
Have to look and see what the schedule is for other.
Just the schedule, the only night that doesn't already have a meeting in this room next week is Tuesday the 10th.
Okay.
Excuse me, why does it have to be we could meet in another room if we had to.
Well, I mean, this is the room that has the technology.
Okay.
Participate.
Right.
All right.
If you have 181 people online, that will not.
No, all right, fair enough.
All right, so
I don't want to see roadblocks.
What if we looked at something earlier, like it doesn't have to be 7 o'clock, could we look at something like 5 to 6:30 or something like that? Does that change the options?
There are 6:30 start, I'm sorry, Councilor Wilkie.
I'm sorry, just as a general input, I stood in the stairway for 2+ hours today, waiting for a chance to sort of be heard, and you guys are doing a great job, but we're at 11:30 at night. We have people who were in that lobby with kids who would like to be able to be heard as well. Is there any way we could do it in a space that has room for people?
I think the purpose, although it is a necessity of public meeting, I think the general purpose of this interim meeting is for the council to take the input that we've received tonight, over the past several hours, and be able to discuss that internally in a public forum to give the administration our ideas of how we would like them to move forward for a budget on the 18th.
And we can accept written, maybe one option is for people who didn't have a chance to speak can send us written feedback, for sure. We've received a lot of testimony that way, it's good.
And again, just as a side note, like, I just, if we're talking about a public meeting, the way it was handled today makes it really difficult for the public to have any sort of input.
Well, I think we've had a lot of input tonight.
Granted, absolutely granted. We had some great speeches, we had a lot of people, a lot of you did a great job, but there was also like hundreds of people out there waiting to even be heard, and there just isn't the space that we have in this room that you guys are talking about.
But
I'm coming.
It's not just a
from
matter of
position where I'm
space.
back at home to have this conversation with you because there just was not the space there. You had, 20 plus echoing phones and just no way to really hear what was going on.
All right, Tuesday, the 10th, is that what our option is?
Yeah, there is a 6:30 planning board meeting here Monday. There's a 6 PM Heritage Commission, and there's EDC before that on Wednesday, and a 6:30 Conservation Commission on Thursday, the 12th. Tuesday has nothing. Tuesday's the only date that it doesn't have anything from 4 PM on.
Thursday, we could probably move conservation over to meeting room 2.
I can't be here. on
Possibly.
Tuesday. I can do Tuesday. Can we do Tuesday? You can't do Tuesday?
My wife has surgery that day, I can't.
So it's either Tuesday or Thursday, we won't have a complete slate of folks either way. So is there a preference? I don't care, either one is.
Can Heritage go to a different room on Wednesday?
I'm not familiar with their agenda, but I don't know that they have any public hearings. In which
We're
case,
typically a smaller group. I haven't checked that agenda yet today, but we are smaller.
Yeah, this is Nate Reichert, the Planning and Development Director. I don't believe they have any hearings on their schedule. We could probably, check, Mr. Brooks, if you could, if the agenda's been posted. I don't believe it has, because typically at this time of the week, it would be something that would come out on Thursday for the following week.
it is posted. There are no public reviews. There's a couple study items and some other business. So that might be the easiest one to move.
Wednesday?
That is Wednesday. Their meeting starts Wednesday at 6. There is already something in this room from 4 to 5:30.
Tim,
I mean,
it's Wendy Hall. The school board meeting is on Wednesday.
Oh, the school board, thank you, Wendy. So the school board meeting
Yeah.
is a meeting on Wednesday?
Yes, the 11th.
Of course, it doesn't prohibit us from meeting.
Except for we're doing our budget that night.
Oh, you're doing your budget that night, so people are gonna want to
Yeah.
attend that.
Thursday's a better date for me.
Let's call it Thursday then. Okay?
Okay.
All right. Let's get us on for next Thursday. Okay. Guess at that point then, yeah, I know we're over. I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Do we have a second?
Second.
So, Counselor Whittlesey?
Aye.
Counselor Sykes?
Yes.
Counselor Zook?
Yes.
Counselor Simon?
Yes.
Assistant Mayor Beal?
Yes.
Counselor Hill?
Yes.
Counselor Heisted? Counselor Wilkie?
Yes.
I vote yes, we are adjourned.